Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, folks. Welcome back to TRTM for today's coverage of the second round of 4 of the AXRL Southern Summer Endurance Series. As always, I'm Regan Clark. You join us here away from our opening round of the Red Bull Ring now as we take a trip over to the Netherlands here at the circuit Zandvoort, constructed in 1948 and comprised of 14 turns and 2.6 miles in its modern configuration. It's FIA Grade 1 glory and home of the Dutch Grand Prix. Today, though, it's the home of round 2 of the championship, following on board with last round's race winners, the How to Train Your Driver team with BMW, currently being driven round the track at this time by Anthony Joseph, Jacob Nielsen, part of that winning duo, following things up as they lead the championship into today's round. Things have been rather bizarre since the end of the season premiere. Taking a look into the event's format today, you'll note the disbandment of the staggered qualifying structure, now with the session being reduced down to 20 minutes. You join us in the first 10 minutes into free practice, overall a session of 30 minutes long, but the same regulations apply long after qualifying ends. 55 minutes of stint timer maximum for the race, coming up 3 hours once again, with 2 mandatory pit stops on open strategy. Taking a look at some of those major changes to have come in since the opening round, the GT4 class has been abandoned due to insufficient numbers, with the points of GT4's remaining drivers reintegrated into the GT3 standings, and the qualifying length has now been reduced from 30 to 20 minutes. And so what that leaves us with is some rather bizarre changes heading into the championship standings, as obviously we now find ourselves in a bit of a melting pot between GT3 and GT4 standings, now a single unitary class for the rest of the championship from round 2 to round 4 later on down the line. Taking a look at where we'll be long after this race, if we're able to locate it, that is. And taking a look here, round 2 in Zandvoort, then we follow things up in Imola and then head to the circuit as well, Francorchamps, for the season finale. But before we get to that point, we're here at the season's halfway, heading out of that opening round, then taking a look at the championship standings. We do find ourselves in a very bizarre state of affairs. A joint first between the How to Train Your Driver team and the Nova Sport team, now reintegrated to the masses of GT3. Behind them, the amateurs in third with Mango Racing in fourth. Manuel Woodward Motorsports' number 888 car introduced to the top 5 of 25 points so far. Macus Motorsports in 6th, RTC Racing in 7th, with Roadblock Racing in 8th, Kisami Racing in 9th, and Adept Rigs Racing in the top 10. We still find that of these positions right now, due to the reintegration of GT4 into GT3 standings, we find ourselves with the joint first and joint third heading in to round 2 of the championship. It is going to make for a rather interesting time then here in Zandvoort, with what looks to be only 11 cars available on the circuit right now. It may lead to even further reforms to how the grid is structured, or how events may be structured for the remainder of this season. We see, though, peeling into the pits is Anthony Joseph, but taking the current fastest time of the session so far, if we go to scroll across here, is one of the new drivers on the block. Now, didn't feature in the opening round, made their debut for today. This is the InStyle Racing OG team, the number 48 Mercedes of Chase Hamilton, now fastest in the session thus far. Taking a look into balance of performance here, with about 16.5 minutes left to go before we get on to our reduced time qualifying later on today. Aston Martin finds themselves the only manufacturer set to lose any kind of weight in round 2 of the championship, a single kilo away from the V8 Vantage in comparison to the 3 kilos added onto Porsche, the 4 kilos added onto the Mercedes on your screens here, the 5 kilos coming Ford's way, 6 kilos for BMW, 9 kilos for McLaren, and 13 kilos for Ferrari. It's going to be curious then to see, after what precedent was laid bare in the Red Bull Ring by How to Train Your Driver, what this new team looks to be capable of doing. Chase Hamilton is competing as a single driver entry, so he'll be tanking the full 3 hours of racing to follow here in the Netherlands. It is going to make then a rather interesting viewing indeed. We've seen the Mercedes to be a rather competitive car here in the Netherlands, currently making his way out through the run of things at turn 14, Arie Luijendijk box. Let's stay on board then with Chase Hamilton, the unofficial tour of the track before qualifying kicks off in 15 minutes time. Making our way then down towards Tarzan box, turn 1. Banked on the inside, and you'll notice that this is the pre-renovation configuration of Zandvoort. Far less extreme in terms of its angles. That's not to say there aren't any at all. Out through turn 2 and 3. Very easy section to run into trouble here. Down at turn 3 on the exit of Hugenholtzbocht. in towards Hunterug at turns 4 and 5. Now this section just as easily, because you can see just over on the right there where the curb reintegrates to the track, very easy for drivers to get cocky, get up on the inside in that section and trip the right side up. Down through turn 7, in towards turn 8 here, Masters box coming up. Down and towards turn 9. Now, in terms of major attacking spots here in the Netherlands, they are rather sparse by comparison to fellow European counterparts. That's not to say there aren't any at all. We're coming up on one such occasion down here on the run, down through what would be a DRS straight in the Formula 1 configuration of the track, but down towards the Hans Ernst box at turns 11 and 12. Heavy braking zone here, an opportunity for drivers to get side by side, but in a class of exclusively GT3s, as we see trouble there. That is going to find itself a very, very unique challenge. Getting on board then with the nearest car to them. You see here, it's the amateurs BMW. Isaac Paranihi and Scott Smith make their way round turn 12. And the trailing end of the Hans Ernst box. Up in front of them there, you can see is Chase Hamilton with Mercedes and the number 48. On his run round Kumo box, turn 13. Very easy to take wads of gravel there up over the left-hand side. That's something the drivers will be acutely aware of in the forthcoming race, and moreover, their first challenges coming up in qualifying. Then on the exit of Arie Luyendyk box, into the pit lane goes Scott Smith. So this is another unique challenge here, because obviously we're using the pre-renovation config for the circuit Zandvoort before it had its renovations done during the late 2010s into early 2020s. That transformed the track into the one we know it for today. It also means we are using elements of the older pit lane design. Very claustrophobic on entry there. Drivers have to have that one absolutely nailed in, considering they will be in and out of the pits quite a few times over the course of this race with a 55-minute stint limit. Over a 3-hour race, there is a considerable amount of buffer time left over the drivers will have to accommodate for. As we saw in the Red Bull Ring, things did get rather confusing during that time, and the same logic therein applied to another race that we covered here with AXRL that ran on a very similar rule set, and that would have been over in the 4 hours of Kyalami. Over on what was the singular AXRL multi-class Madness series. So taking a look into the sessions so far, as we find ourselves now currently looking at the spectacle of what appears to be... Yeah, so we have another spectator present with us. That's Lockie Banks and the number 97. We did see them, I believe, last race. Looking out on track at the moment then, Chase Hamilton fastest, Jacob Nielsen second fastest, Jared Sebastiano with Manuel Woodward Motorsports currently third fastest and ahead of Brodie Rawlings and Angus Stunk, now in the newly christened 328. Of course, last time we saw them, they were driving for Chevrolet back in the Red Bull Ring. Now they are one of several cars to be reintegrated into the singular GT3 category. It is a pity that the GT4 category didn't work out the way that Race Control hoped it would. Of course, we love to see some multi-class racing here on TRTN, and you'll not be going spoiled for it in the absence of it today, as later on down the line in our session itinerary for Saturday, the 7th of March 2026, we do have upcoming the penultimate round of Season 3 of the HCCL Multi-Class Championship later on today after today's race. Further down the line then, Jacob McLean with Macca's Motorsport in 5th place ahead of Richard Claffey in 6th. Scott Smith in 7th. We see here with the number 8, I believe this to be Daniel Murray behind the wheel at the moment, making his way down through towards Masters Box. And yes, this is the out of their minds, out of his mind car, the number 8 of Murray. Currently 8th fastest. Andrew Walker and Fisher Paykel. Adepta Racing, Aston Martin 9th as it stands. We see new driver here for the number 68 Roadblock Racing car. Filling in for Jason Leatherby. This is Wayne Gardner, currently 10th on the field. Still yet to see any times off of the number 63. This is the SRC Motorsports Mercedes of Tim Alexander Bleich and Catherine Lane. So it'll be quite interesting to see what those two can do if and when they get out on track. As it stands though, Nielsen back to the fastest time, 1:37.112, with Hamilton down to 2nd. Sebastiano maintains 3rd as it stands, about just under actually 0.3 of a second ahead of Rawlings in 4th place. As you see here with the How to Drain Your Driver team. So down towards Hans Ernst Bocht again. Hopefully this time not to see a spin, as we saw earlier on with Chase Hamilton. This area very, very difficult to tackle in the early doors of today's session. 9.5 minutes left to go then in free practice before we're on to that reduced time qualifying. Now, of course, the implications of it is in terms of average time per class, it has actually gone up for the GT3s, up from 15 minutes in Red Bull Rings qualifying in the season premiere, now up to 20. For these drivers, there is technically less time overall. That's nullified, of course, by the fact that they had 5 minutes less in last round's qualifying compared to what they've got coming up today. Still, though, 20 minutes at Zandvoort isn't a particularly long time here, with laps coming in and around the minute and a half, just over the minute and a half bracket. That does give us currently the scope of, say, in the ballpark here, absolutely flat out, considering the outlap as well. You'd be lucky to see somewhere in the ballpark of about 7 to 13 laps at the very, very most in today's session before we get to the end of qualifying. Looking around to the nearest car to the line as it stands, the 942 Fischer Paykel, and behind them is Jakob Nielsen. For Deptrix Racing Aston Martin, this is a very curious place for them. They're still in the top 10 after the reintegration of GT4. Now, I imagine they, like several GT3 cars to have entered into this championship, will feel a little bit disgruntled to see GT4s slotting over their nose in the championship standings, even though they did more than enough on track in the opening round. But I imagine that is going to be a more complex argument coming up later on down the line between them and Race Control. Nonetheless, number 98, a little bit of a wobble there on the exit of turn 14. Into the pits goes Jakob Nielsen. Nearest to the line, the 93, we see here with Richard Claffey, with RTC across the line to 6th. From behind them, we see, believe there, just having gone in behind them, the Triple Eight, Jared Sebastiano, fails to open the gap up over Brody Rawlings in 4th. Still, that gap maintained at just shy of 0.3 of a second. Things getting a lot closer just outside of that top 5 there. We can see currently what appears to be the gap of about 103 thousandths between McLean and Claffey, and then further down the line between Claffey and Smith is a gap of just under 0.2 of a second. Currently the closest gap then, now reintroduced by Chase Hamilton, 53 thousandths between himself and Jakob Nielsen. Hamilton operating by his lonesome. Nielsen has got the support of his teammate on the How to Train Your Driver team. Down across the line, then 53 thousandths. That withstands onto the next flying lap for Chase Hamilton. Now we must consider as well, of course, over the course of a free practice session, drivers will be, of course, experimenting with racing load fuel, so they will be fueling the cars up. They are going to be running considerably heavier than we'll see them later on in qualifying. I am informed as well, out on track now is the SRC Motorsports number 63. Tim Alexander Blythe on his way down through to turn 9. Also making their way onto the track here is the number 69 Ferrari, a late entry into today's race. But taking a look in here, this is with Alfie Pryor in the number 69. This is the Pinnacle Endurance Racing car. He'll be alongside Tom Barlow, another driver we've seen over the course of the last couple of weeks here on TRTN in a few different series, among them being the Competizione Performance League World Series, of which we're set to pick back up on for the second round of the championship coming up not too long around the corner next week. As for what we've got coming up today, later on after today's race, of course, we mentioned that we've got the penultimate round of the HCCL Multi-Class Championship. That's going to be coming to you live from the Nürburgring Nordschleife for the last endurance race of the season. 90 minutes of racing at the Nordschleife later on today. Also coming up thereafter is going to be the penultimate round of the Console Endurance Series over on NLRL. That'll be the 4 hours of Suzuka. We return to that event after a long hiatus away from it. Last time we visited Suzuka in that championship gave us spectacular results on the final laps of that race. Could we be seeing that later on today? Only time will tell. We see here with Alfie Pryor on his way down through the Hans Ernst, the only Ferrari in this race, and perhaps to his detriment when you consider once again the look of balance of performance. Ferrari, the only manufacturer gaining double figures of weight for this round. So he's going to find himself, and so too will Tom Barlow, at a significant disadvantage coming into today. Hopefully they can make up for that with solid pace throughout. Well, they're on to their first flying lap just gone. The last one about 4.2 seconds off the beat, so we could realistically consider that as somewhat of a sighting lap here for Pryor. As for Tim Alexander Bleich, now on to flying laps here, back in through turn 9, the same area that we caught him not too long ago. Number 888 coming down towards the line here. We see with Jared Sebastiano back into the pit lane goes the Mercedes. From behind them comes the number 31, Isaac Paranihi, to the line with the amateurs. From 7th, now 3rd, so a significant leap there behind him. Brody Rollings from 5th stays 5th. Then the Aston Martin Fisher Paykel from 9th across the line stays there. Number 98 coming to the line. Can he find an extension up over 53 thousandths of a second to Chase Hamilton? Doesn't appear to be the case this time around. Now we see here SRC Motorsports making their way back out round turn 13 into turn 14. Down towards the line then comes Tim Alexander Bleich. Can we expect to see a time on the charts then on what appeared to be, according to our telemetry, an invalid lap? Not this time around. Could it be the case of a bit of sandbagging here from Mercedes, or is there some serious trouble we're not seeing right off the bat? Well, it does seem to be a bit of a binary issue where one appears to be struggling, the other certainly is not. Chase Hamilton in the number 48 in-style racing car appears to be doing just fine. 53 thousandths off the fastest time, with every chance that he could take that back over the course of qualifying just around the corner. It is worth pointing out, though, and I did have to double check the conditions here just before I reported on it, but the track conditions here in Zandvoort are nothing shy of apocalyptic when you consider its position in the world. Now, very rare is it in Europe, especially Western Europe, that we get to see temperatures up north of 30 degrees, even in the peak of summertime. But right now, oh, hang on a tick here, we may have a bit of trouble. Do just bear with us. We'll be back in just a moment's time. Well, we're back onto the grid there after a little bit of trouble with the servers. Hopefully everything to remain okay as it should for the rest of the session. We're back in with about 4 minutes left to go in free practice as the grid reintegrates to the field. We see here Bailey Baxter behind the wheel of the 888 as he takes to the track. Now, you also see subscribing at tier 1 there, and I'm going to have a bit of trouble. Elbe Shinatore, I assume it's how you pronounce your name there. Thank you very much for subscribing. You've been subscribed now for 2 months, and they commented tire melting simulator. So yeah, to comment back on what we were trying to get to before the server crash, it is quite rare to see conditions north of 30 degrees here in Western Europe, even in the peak of summertime. But I was told there just before the server crash that the track temperatures were up north of 40 degrees, 41 to be specific. That was doing a serious number on the tyres. That was ultimately what's led to the gap, even though it resided just before the crash at 53 thousandths of a second. That's what led to such a prolonged period there of stagnation between the two leading cars, between BMW and between Mercedes. That could certainly be trouble, though, with the server conditions the way that they are. The 888 back into the pit lane, so we go to catch on board here, the number 68. This is Grant Scar with Roadblock Racing on his way in through to Hans Ernst. Block turns 11 and 12. Behind them, the number 98, Anthony Joseph with How to Train Your Driver. The, of course, race winners out of the Red Bull Ring. In that number 98, the number 68 here, we see down through Ari Luyendijk box at turn 14. By looks of it, this was a sighting lap for them. Into the pit lane they go with Roadblock Racing. Grant Scar and Wayne Gardner. Last round, it was Grant Scar and Jason Leatherby, another driver we've seen in a few different championships. New lineup then for the 68, here for round 2 of the championship. 98 across the line then, starts a flying lap here, only 2 minutes left to go. We'll have feasibly enough time to see a second flying lap through. A bit of a rocky start for them down at turn 1 at Tarzan Box. In towards turns 2 and 3 we go then. Out through turn 2, into turn 3. Very easy section of the track to mess up here, and that's going to be something very heavy on the minds of these drivers heading into qualifying around the corner from now. We mentioned it earlier in terms of attacking spots, but it's also worth pointing out here, turns 9 and 10 could easily serve as part of that battle, much in the same design and shape as another section of FIA Grade 1 we've seen before, albeit across the channel over to Great Britain. A very similar section can be found in the new arena section configuration for Silverstone, with Village and the Loop, those two back-to-back hairpins in opposite directions. That offers great chances for drivers to switch that back, or even perhaps a double switchback, which we've seen on a very rare occasion, admittedly, over at Silverstone. But could today be the day we see that here in Zandvoort? Well, down across the line then, 138, 165 in that last lap for the number 98, making their way onto what appears to be their last flying lap of the session. Now, qualifying just around the corner. To reiterate on the current session itinerary, we are on new regulations after the reintegration of GT4's remaining numbers to GT3. That means that we don't have a staggered qualifying. We have a shorter 20-minute qualifying session to come up against before the 3 hours of racing set to follow. Regulations still in play from that time before. Chase Hamilton now fastest in the very, very trailing end of free practice, up by 0.4 of a second. So the precedent laid bare here by the newcomer to the field, the InStyle Racing number 48 of Hamilton, fastest with a 137.757, albeit this is on a bit of a bizarre look for the grid. We have just been informed stint timer is now 70 minutes tonight. So a confusing case as to how that's changed from 55, but nonetheless, that does mean that the drivers will have much more to play with in terms of strategy. The 55-minute stint limit was a bit of a controversial one, came about in the time of the multi-class madness 4 hours in Kyalami, and that did create quite a bit of confusion from both teams and us here in the commentary box. But I'd say that's quite fortunate then to hear that now the stint timer has changed. And so I'm told this is part of a new set of regulations that have been quietly introduced under the nose of more major changes, including that removal of the GT4 category and the shortening of qualifying. That the stint timer will be changing every single round. Well, 20 minutes of qualifying, you can see it's bright and sunny conditions, 41 degrees on track, 34 degrees ambient. Uncharacteristically bright conditions here in the Netherlands, but I suppose these drivers won't mind all too much. Taking their way onto the track then, Wayne Gardner. Sadly, no qualifying predictions for round 2 of the championship, so we're going into this one blind. 19.5 minutes then. We'll be looking feasibly onto the gap of about 18.5 minutes left in the session before we get on to the first of our flying laps. We can see it is quite the raring start then from Gardner and from Bailey Baxter. Behind them in the 888 Manuel Woodward Motorsports Mercedes AMG. From behind them, we can see an ensemble of BMWs arriving round turn 3. Among them, Isaac Paranihi and Anthony Joseph. We see here with the amateurs and how to train your driver. These two BMWs looking very, very confident in today's session, but I imagine plenty of eyes in today's session will be residing on the newcomer to the field. Chase Hamilton had an exemplary free practice, made some very decent expectations laid in there over the course of his first ever free practice in this championship. His first qualifying then comes up now. We'll be very curious to see how all of that pans out for the number 48. Operates by his lonesome, a single driver entry going up against multiple driver entries around him. It is a rare thing to see, but not impossible. We also see out on track here, the SRC Motorsports car had a bit more of a quiet appearance during free practice, but now in the qualifying, they did not waste any time to get out on track. They're amongst that early charge in the number 63. We'll be interested to see how things fare for them with such a limited data set for performance here in Zandvoort in this particular occasion. You can see them coiling up behind Joseph to give him the space and to give themselves the space ahead of Jacob McLean behind. Well, getting on board then with the 888, Bailey Baxter starts the initial charge with Mercedes AMG. Manuel Woodward Motorsports first into the fray for the first flying laps of qualifying today. Joining in behind them is Andrew Walker with Adeptrix Racing Aston Martin. They're out for what appears to be, according to our telemetry, it says there that they're on flying lap conditions. However, we do not see the Aston until far, far later in the session, so it is within reasonable assumption to say that they may very well find themselves on an outlap as of right now. For the 888 though, it's an exuberant start out through sector 1 into sector 2 almost immediately on the exit of turn 6 through to turn 7 we go. Down through to turn 8 then. Masters box in towards turn 9. We can see that Mercedes wasting absolutely no time here to bring back up that topic of balance and performance. Mercedes do find themselves in a fairly comfortable position here. Only 4 kilos to play with. That's not as much as they'll find from fellow European contemporaries BMW and McLaren with 6 and 9 kilos. Ferrari really on the short end of the stick with 13, but also they do find themselves at disadvantage to both Aston Martin and Porsche. Those are two manufacturers they're going to want to steer clear of, as we've seen so far for the majority of Mercedes, and by that factor as well, another manufacturer, BMW, that they've had no issues keeping ahead of Aston Martin so far. Well, on with Baxter as he makes his way through turn 13, Kumo box, then to turn 14 at Arie Luyendyk. Down towards the line then, the first times onto the chart from the 888 Manuel Woodward Motorsports Mercedes. Bailey Baxter to the line. Our baseline time then, at 1:36.396. From behind them, we see the Aston Martin of Andrew Walker to the line, and as expected there wasn't a time to be set. We see for Gardner down to 3rd, Paranihi to 2nd, and then from behind them the 98 Anthony Joseph 3rd. From behind them comes the 63 Tim Alexander Bleich across the line 4th fastest. Then from behind them we see Jacob McLean, Macca Motorsports up to 3rd in their opening lap. Then from behind them we see Chase Hamilton. Does he go fastest? No, only 3rd. The McLaren of Brodie Rollings approaches the line for 6th fastest in the opening flurry. Nearest to the line then, Daniel Murray with Out of Their Minds. Another single driver entry, mind you, so just like Chase Hamilton will be facing this one by his lonesome for round 2 of the championship. Here comes the number 8 then to the line and up to 7th. Nearest to the line, the number 69 Alfie Pryor and Tom Barlow with Pinnacle to the line from 10th. Doesn't put a time on the charts there reluctantly, so without a time to speak of as of right now. Nearest to the line then on the exit of turn 10 we see here with Andrew Walker and Fisher Paykel. They're on their way down towards Hans Ernst in the Aston Martin for Adeptrix Racing. So Aston Martin, it's worth pointing out, the only manufacturers on today's grid to be losing any kind of weight. So really, this qualifying session has every chance to be of great advantage here to Adept Rigs. It's now a time for them to capitalize here on what is already a rather tricky track, not one that many drivers find themselves inclined to visit all too often. Across the line, then only 9th fastest for Aston Martin. Big trouble. That seems to be on a recurring trend here across the world of motorsports for Aston Martin to be struggling against high expectations. As of right now, though, there's still great chances for improvement. We can see that this is disproportionately out of line with the rest of the field. So it is worth pointing out here for the 942 Adept Rigs Racing Aston that this is perhaps the sign of greater difficulty and not an accurate reflection then of their current standing of pace. This seems to be more an underlying issue for them in the early doors of qualifying. We see at the moment, though, Baxter still leads with Manuel Woodward Motorsports Mercedes, and then we have Paranihi second, Joseph third, Hamilton fourth, and McLean in the top 5. So as it stands, 3 manufacturers, BMW, Mercedes-AMG, and Ford. We see, having actually just peeled into the pit lane, was Bailey Baxter. Quick refresh and resolve then on the 888 as he makes his way out. As of right now, they're nearest to the line, the number 31, Isaac Paranihi with the amateurs. He's alongside Scott Smith for this round. In the number 31, the Team WRT livery there, the McDonald's-themed Team WRT livery. A bit of trouble in through that final sector. We'll see if there can be an improvement up past 169 thousandths, as we see there, already indicated by his quick stab over to the right. That was not the case. Can it be the case, though, for the number 98, Anthony Joseph, to the line? Sadly, no improvement. We do see there from behind him, Richard Claffey from 9th place stays there. From behind, we see Tim Alexander-Bleich in the number 63 across the line and stays in 8th place as it stands right now. The number 48 coming to the line, Chase Hamilton into the pit lane. So very confusing stuff here in the opening half of this reduced length qualifying session. A lot of hesitation on the drivers. Now, this could easily be chalked up to the extreme conditions at play here. Very rarely do we get to see bright and shining racing conditions, I should say, here in Zandvoort, let alone ones north of 40 degrees on track temperature. So the tyres are really being cooked out here. We see with Tom Barlow with Pinnacle Racing down towards the line here, the number 69 Ferrari. Bear in mind, they're of great disproportion in terms of advantage here. The only manufacturer to be gaining double figures worth of weight. They remain in 10th place then, not a single thousandth up on personal improvement. The 888 nearest to the line, still leading this session, mind you. Mercedes-AMG's Bailey Baxter in the 888. Believe joined in that lineup by Jared Sebastiano. Across the line, 136.396 still remains as the fastest time. Nearest is Brodie Rollings and Angus Dunk. Now away from Chevrolet over to McLaren. What is part of a 2-car lineup for Nova Sport in the second round of the championship. Sadly, it appears that their second car is not here. 98 nearest. Can this be the 196 thousandths necessary to put Anthony Joseph and How to Train Your Driver up on pole position? It was an improvement, but not enough to budge out of position. We can see the gap being drawn ever closer between himself and Isaac Paranihi. We also see recent improvements there. Tim Alexander-Bleich with SRC Motorsports now to 5th fastest. Joins Chase Hamilton in what is now a dominant Mercedes top 5. 3 of those 5 positions now made up by Mercedes-AMG. That works out to roughly a percentage rate of 60% inside of that top 5 alone. You see here, Roadblock Racing. It was a bit of a rocky start for them. They're still 5 seconds out across the line, though, for Wayne Gardner, now up and ahead of Andrew Walker. From behind them, we see is not Daniel Murray, sorry. Actually, no, it was Daniel Murray. 8th fastest, tucked in behind Rollings, but ahead of Claffey. Ford lagging behind the competition, though, for a manufacturer that has dominated throughout GT3 racing. It has been quite the remarkable story how they've failed to extract that necessary performance. Admittedly, on this grid, and it is a very, very rare sign indeed, that they have had rather fleeting numbers by comparison to much more conventional appearances in GT3, like that we see of Mercedes-AMG and their rivals at BMW. Just see there, recent improvement. Rollings to the top 5, so McLaren starting to spearhead a charge here into higher standings by the end of this qualifying session. Just under 10 minutes left to go. Nearest to the line, can Tim Alexander-Blige find the time necessary to put SRC back in the top 5 in today's qualifying? And across the line they go. Sadly, not that time around. We see from behind them Jacob McLean from 7th. Crosses the line, stays there with 9.5 minutes to spare. The number 31 nearest to the line. That'll be Isaac Peronihi behind the wheel. Bear in mind the gap now with Anthony Joseph fastest by 11 thousandths of a second is starting to wither amongst that top 3. Richard Claffey across the line a moment ago stayed in 9th with RTC. Number 68 nearest. You see there, Wayne Gardner. From behind them, here's Jacob McLean. Gardner 11th. McLean, sorry, Murray. That's going to be definitely a pressing issue for us over the course of this, is not getting the only 2 Mustangs on the grid mixed up. We're getting word in from some of the drivers out on track. Even with max brake ducts, the tyres are still turning orange in Sector 3. So these extreme conditions at play are really proving to be the Achilles heel of the majority of this grid. The tyres just unable to be nurtured into good health. That is going to play quite a heavy factor in who survives today's round of the championship. Now, we do see that retaking the fastest time now by 0.3 of a second. So this is the widest we've seen the gap since the very, very start of qualifying today. That's for Bailey Baxter and Manuel Woodward Motorsports Mercedes. Now up and ahead of Anthony Joseph by 313 thousandths. Now, bear in mind the gap between himself and Peroni, he's still at 180 thousandths. Still very, very close now, even closer than things are up over the front row. That seconds to first row blend there is starting to bleed down quite rapidly. Across the line a moment ago went McLean, stayed in 7th. Peroni to the line. Bear in mind 180 thousandths is all he needs for the scope of an extra position here. With just under 8 minutes left to go, couldn't find it in that last lap. The 93 across the line, Richard Claffey, stays in 9th place. Now, you've got to consider if even the sort of apex predators for tyre degradation are struggling here, what is it going to look like for cars that have a rather disproportionately high wear rate? So take, for example, Aston Martin, whose tyres can absolutely drop off in the first couple of laps. We've seen that to be a very dangerous case for the V8 Vantage. Of course, one of the slightly older vehicles on this grid. In fact, it may very well be the oldest on this grid. Now, that's not to say that this is, you know, an archaic design. This is not ancient machinery we're dealing with. This is just a car simply about, say, about half a regulation change behind the rest of the field. The 2019, if I'm not mistaken, 2018-2019 V8 Vantage. Bear in mind, it's going up against the 2023 BMW M4. It's going up against the 2020 Mercedes AMG GT facelift. And moreover, it's going up against the 2024 McLaren 720S GT3 Evo. Also the 2024 7th generation Ford Mustang, the 2020, I want to say 2023, that could even be 2024 in and of itself, Porsche 911 992. So the Aston is the oldest on the block here. With it comes that slightly higher tyre wear. Just a little rougher around the edges. Another manufacturer to consider, even though it's newer, is Porsche. We've seen it to be a case. This can be somewhat of a glass bullet given the right set of circumstances. It can be incredibly fast given the opportunity, but its tyres can bleed out very, very quickly. So with 6 minutes left to go, the gap now between Baxter and Joseph up to nearly half a second. Claffey across the line, now ahead of Daniel Murray to 8th place. Those two separate as it stands then by 163 thousandths as we see continued connection issues for the number 70. This is Alfie Pryor and Tom Barlow with Pinnacle Racing Endurance. Something clearly amiss then for the Ferrari. It may be the case that these two are forced to sit out round 2 of the championship. Connection does seem to be a little bit of an issue here across the board, as evidenced earlier on by that server crash. 5.5 minutes left to go. Bailey Baxter still leads then here in Zandvoort qualifying. Brody Rollings nearest to the line on the exit of turn 14. We see him now in the 328 Nova Sport McLaren. Down towards the line then. 5 minutes left to go. Where does he find himself after that last lap? 3rd, pushing Isaac Peroni down to 4th. So it has been a constant procession forward for Nova Sport McLaren. We saw them up to the top 5 a moment ago. Now they're up to 3rd. in today's session. Getting closer and closer to the mark set in by these two leading cars. The German Titans then, Mercedes and BMW, still clashing heads and fighting in their stead then. Bailey Baxter and Anthony Joseph, Manuel Woodward Motorsports versus How to Train Your Driver, part of the OTM group. So two big team labels here in the local space for AXRL going head to head. Of course, the 98 was the race-winning car from the last round. That lineup of Jacob Nielsen and Anthony Joseph, they were the winning combination at the Red Bull Ring, made a very strong start to the season, and now they appear to have a little bit more challenge with the introduction of further assets from the Manuel Woodward Motorsports lineup, one of the newer teams on the block. It's going to be curious to see then, because it's not naive to... it would be naive for us to consider not speaking about another big label team in the room for that top three as it stands then. As we see here, Nova Sport, a team that we've worked with extensively in our time covering AXRL events. We've worked with them over the last couple of seasons. They were able to give us vital insight on track breakdown data in our time covering the, I believe, earlier seasons. I want to say it was season 15 and 16 of AXRL. So a decent while ago, but even after all that time, the team's still kicking on the grid here. Third fastest, and you can really see now as the minutes draw in to the end of qualifying that gap is starting to close back in. We're in the sort of crunch phase of a wider concertina for times here between that leading three. Three big manufacturers as well going head-to-head, McLaren, BMW, and Mercedes-AMG. Three reputable manufacturers on the GT grid. It is quite the curious case then to see another very, very popular manufacturer for GT racing, Porsche, to be struggling in the way that they are. But of course, with track conditions the way that they are, the Porsche was going to have quite a lot of issues over that rear axle. Of course, a lot of weight over those rear tyres. It is going to be very, very easy for the back end to become squirrely over the course of this race. And I'm sure that the RTC Racing 93 of Richard Claffey is acutely aware of this. Across the line then, Anthony Joseph from second. Can't find any room there over the fastest time right now. 2.5 minutes left to go. We'll leave you on board just for the moment here with the number 98. We'll be back to you in just a second. So in the time since, we've seen that the gap between the leading pair has come down to 138 thousandths of a second. It's also worth pointing out that in the time since, the amateurs racing number 31 BMW, Isaac Paranihi and Scott Smith, both of them now into that top three in the number 31, pushes Brodie Rawlings and Angus Dunk in front of them on track here, now behind them in the timings. And the gap only resides there, having a little look, by 9 thousandths of a second. So this is... having just a quick scan through the field, this is the closest gap we're seeing between any two drivers on this qualifying grid so far. So So in the very, very trailing end of qualifying, will either of these two stand to find chances of one more flying lap? And I believe their goose may be cooked here for the number 31. Will it be the case with the 328? He might just have enough time here. 5 seconds to the line. Can he find it right in the trailing end here? I think just beaten by the bell. Yes, that was the case there. Very late run to the timing lines for Brodie Rollings. Frustration then for Novasport, has pipped to the last of those podium positions right in the trailing end of qualifying today. Is now going up to the even further extension over their current fastest time. Actually was within a chance here. Taking a look, they brought it even closer in on terms of a gap between themselves and Anthony Joseph down across the line. That gap resides there, taking a look, by 0.003 of a second. So from what was previously a 9,000th gap between third and fourth, now a 3,000 gap between second and third. But it seems all unstoppable here for the 888. Bailey Baxter to the line with Manuel Woodward Motorsports. Takes home, by the looks of it, their pole position. Down towards the line comes Fisher Paykel. And Andrew Walker, 10th place at the end of qualifying today then here in round 2 of the AXRL Southern Summer Endurance Series. So definitely a lot to take away from all of this. That 888 lineup now fastest by 138 thousandths of a second. Taking a look then just quickly through the itinerary for some of these drivers, what they've got coming up later on for this race today. The lineup of the 888, Bailey Baxter and Jared Sebastiano. 2 minutes then before the formation lap, you can see as it stands then an update to the regulations model. We're up for 3 hours of racing here in Zandvoort as expected, but the stint timer where we originally had it stated at 55 minutes has now been changed to 70. That's in line with a set of silent regulations introduced where the stint timer will be changed as and per each round of the championship to sort of spice things up in terms of strategy. Today, though, the drivers will actually find quite a nice break from the madness they were given in the last couple of rounds. 70 minutes means they've got more than enough buffer space for the entirety of this round. Buster T16 asking, no GT4s this round. No, they've been removed from the championship due to insufficient numbers. We'll talk about that over the course of the formation lap. Before we get to that point, we've got the grid and also an article of news as well. Looking at the grid, though, Bailey Baxter on pole position. This is as we see the names here, so apologies if that since changes for some of their teammates. Anthony Joseph second, Isaac Peronihi third, Brodie Rollings in fourth, and Chase Hamilton in fifth. Tim Alexander-Bleish in sixth, with Jacob McLean seventh, Richard Claffey in eighth, and Daniel Murray in ninth, Andrew Walker in 10th, Grant Scar in 11th, and Alfie Pryor in 12th place. Only 12 cars on the grid for today. And that single article of news then as we get up towards the 30-second warning, we'll be catching on board with Bailey Baxter. Now this comes hot off the press of the world of Formula One in the upcoming opening round of the 2026 World Championship amidst the new regulations for Formula One. Amidst woes for Red Bull, it's been George Russell on pole position in Australian Grand Prix qualifying just gone past. And I believe that's trailing on the back of a Mercedes 1-2 with Andrea Kimi Antonelli second in the qualifying standings as well. So very, very strong start for Mercedes and less than ideal start for Red Bull. Verstappen was crashed out in qualifying, wasn't crashed into, I should say. And his teammate Isaac Hadjar appears to take up third on the field. Now that's as per the provisional results of qualifying, but the bottom line then was Russell on pole. It's Baxter on pole for this round, though, today here in the Southern Summer Endurance Series here on AXRL. Taking us away then, the Manuel Woodward Motorsports 888 of Baxter and Sebastiano. Our leading pair then. Behind them, last round's race winners Anthony Joseph and Jacob Nielsen. 3 hours of racing set to follow then here in Zandvoort. And bringing up those regulation changes, of course, we'll quickly take a look as well at the regs. So the stint timer, ignore that part. We have been updated by race control that this is now 70 minutes, not 55. So that's a little bit inaccurate from our end. But our major talking point here are the major regs changes. We brought them up towards the start of the stream, but to advise anyone else who is just joining us now before the start of today's race, these have been some of the major changes introduced after round 1 at the Red Bull Ring. Qualifying has been reduced 10 minutes to 20 off of 30 where it was the last time. The staggered qualifying format has been disbanded due to the abandonment of the GT4 class in its entirety. The remaining numbers of GT4 and the drivers who have stayed in the championship after these reforms have now seen their points reallocated to the GT3 standings. Now, I do imagine that could create somewhat of a controversial standing point amongst the grid today, as I imagine many drivers will be rather frustrated to see that their efforts in the Red Bull Ring have effectively been nullified and they've been shoved down positions because of the successes of a class with only, I believe it was about 5 cars in its trailing end in round 1. So I imagine a few drivers will be rather bitter about them. One team that won't be is Manuel Woodward Motorsports, one of the teams to have migrated over from GT4 into GT3. Now, of course, they, I believe, had a stake in GT3 for the opening round, but as we see here for Baxter and Sebastiano, that 888 now gets a bit more of a running start. You can see those little very shallow swerves there. They don't want to put too much heat in the tyres. Mother Nature already doing plenty enough to stand in the way of good tyre health on these Pirellis. Out through turn 12. You see then the grid start to form up. 2 abreast on the run down towards turn 13 and turn 14. Then 3 hours of racing set to follow here in round 2. Things looking rather exciting for BMW and for Mercedes-AMG. 2 German titans meet on the front row of this field. Following in their wake, their challengers from Great Britain, the McLaren 720S, but a local team, Nova Sport, behind its wheel. Down towards the line then. 3 hours of racing to follow. 6 drivers either side of it for a 12-car grid here on new changes to the Southern Summer Endurance Series. Round 2 about to kick off on the run down towards the line then. Without further ado then, here at the home of the Dutch Grand Prix, the circuit Zandvoort gives rise to round 2 of the AXRL Southern Summer Endurance Series. We're green and racing here in the Netherlands. A great start then from Baxter up over the front row. Caught Anthony Joseph sleeping on the run down towards turn 1. You can see Isaac Perroni, he wastes no time taking advantage. In the background, we do see 3 abreast there with the Nova Sport McLaren taken ransom by 2 Mercedes, among them Chase Hamilton and Tim Alexander Bleich on the run down through turn 2 into turn 3. A very vibrant start indeed. Isaac Perroni up to 2nd, Anthony Joseph down to 3rd. Chase Hamilton, though, to 4th place. Now up and ahead of Bleich and Rawlings. In the background, then, we can see as well fighting towards the back of the field. Fisher Paykel with Adeptrix Racing on their run around turn 6 through to turn 7. See the sizable amount of gravel there packed in, or actually I believe that's sand packed in over the left, so they do not want to run out wide through that area of the track. We see here with the Aston Martin chasing the back end of Daniel Murray. Behind them, we've got Alfie Pryor and Wayne Gardner. Looking up over that front, though, it has been a less than desirable start for round 1's race winners. The How to Train Your Driver team of Joseph and Nielsen taken down a peg to 3rd place by a very exuberant start then from Isaac Perroni and the Amateurs Racing number 31. See, though, for Bailey Baxter and Jared Sebastiano, this has been a start to remember. They're 1.5 seconds up from what was set to be their closest rivals. I think they may have to reevaluate who to perceive as their primary threats in this race, as we see a vivid start from the 31. Not one that I believe many were expecting on the run down towards turn 1 for the first time. We can see, though, filtering out into a 12-car line down the opening straight. Very great stuff to see. We do see very nearly the looks of side-by-side fighting. Richard Claffey on the defence, away from an advance by Jacob McLean with Macca Motorsport. That slip-up, though, has invited in Daniel Murray to come and have a go here, and by proxy, Fisher Paykel of Adeptrix Racing Aston Martin. Down towards turn 3 we go. A little just knock against the inside curb there. Very easy mistake to make, and that's forced him down about half a second from Murray at this time. That was for Fisher Paykel with Aston Martin. Oh, hang on a sec there. I was just taking a sip of my drink as absolute bedlam erupts on this track out through turn 7. We did say this was an area of the track to keep an eye on. couldn't react in the time since. We saw up in the foreground looked like trouble for Tim Alexander Bleich with the 63, and then off in the foreground there as we panned around was the Adeptrix Racing Aston. Now, admittedly, they ended up on the slightly better end of the stick compared to what happened there for the Mercedes. As we see here, this is what remains of the 63. Tim Alexander Bleich and Catherine Lane in the SRC Motorsport 63 on their way down through Hans Ernst with considerable damage to kick off the race. We see here, though, Chase Hamilton may very well find themselves in the forefront of fighting for that 4th place spot. Brodie Rawlings doesn't seem to be backing down in the early parts of today's race, even in spite of imminent fears of excessive tyre degradation in that opening stint. Bear in mind, can overstack things here. He's got about 70 minutes worth of stint time to play with, as opposed to the 55 in round 1. Meaning he won't have to short sell himself on that opening stint before he hands over to his teammate Angus Dunk. You see here, further confounded issues for Adept Rigs, but up in front of them look like trouble for Pinnacle. Out through turn 3, very nearly collected the back end as it stands there of the Aston Martin. That's for Alfie Pryor in continued struggle out through turn 3. Can't seem to get the car righted. He and Tom Barlow may find an early end to this race. You can see they're back into the pit lane, the number 70. Towed to the pit lane after that incident down through turn 2. Cut over the grass and then obviously spun in through at turn 3. Couldn't find the ground to right the car effectively. Do see further issues here. That was for, just briefly, the 93 up in front here of Wayne Gardner. That was Richard Claffey. We are trying to check in here with what looks to be the imminent fight of second. By proxy, could very well be the fight for first later down the line. We can see things getting very, very close, though, between the two BMWs. We're on board here with last round's race winner Anthony Joseph and Jacob Nielsen, part of the How to Train Your Driver lineup. Now, they started off the season on a bizarre turn of fate. They were originally slated for entry with McLaren, made that last-second decision to move to BMW, and that was evidently a choice worth making in the Red Bull Ring. Today, however, they both may be shown up by the likes of Mercedes-AMG. Manuel Woodward Motorsports' Bailey Baxter and Jared Sebastiano have made very short work of things here in what is nearly the opening 10 minutes of racing. Behind them, the number 48, Chase Hamilton, goes toe-to-toe with a 328. Meanwhile, confirmation, the number 70 is out of this race, down to what looks to be the scope of 11 cars left. .6 of a second in the fight for fourth, 0.4 of a second for what we're seeing at the moment here in the fight of second. You can see that that balances out to be about 6/10 out through the run of the opening part of the middle sector here. This is evidently where Paranihi has got a lot more in his stride compared to Joseph. Out through turn 10. It may very well be worth catching on board with either Brodie Rawlings or Chase Hamilton. These two getting very, very close to one another as it stands there. Half a second as we see Chase Hamilton run wide into the first part of Hans Ernst. Down at turn 11, down on the exit of turn 12, has left himself open on the inside for a potential move in from Brodie Rawlings with the Nova Sport McLaren. Out through turn 13, another upset there for Mercedes. Is it the case that their goose, or by proxy their tyres, are cooked in the opening laps of this race? We did say that was an imminent fear felt from quite a few drivers. This seems to be a lot more of a universal trait now heading into the actual race itself. No less than 7 minutes in, the Mercedes already flagging here in the hands of Chase Hamilton. Admittedly, this is his first race in this series, so still treading lightly. Baby steps then for the 48, but laid in quite a solid precedent for his first appearance. In his first race, however, things coming up a bit pear-shaped in the start of that first stint. Nonetheless, we'll take a look back around the field as we see here, getting up and around through turn 7, the 98 of Anthony Joseph, up and ahead of Isaac Paranihi. It is not yet over in their fight for second place. These two. This is definitely quite an interesting point, coming down into an area of the track. We've seen that Paranihi has noticeably better performance in over the 98, so It's a case here for Joseph. He needs to try and hold off the 31 above all things on this track in this sector alone, because if he can hold him behind there, then the rest of the track is going to be far, far easier for him to deal with over the course of the race at large. We see they're running a little bit deep into turn 11. Was the 31. We're going to get a look in behind here with that fight once again, Rawlings v Hamilton. There's 0.3 of a second here. We are looking at some very close margins. That's also to be considered in a fight going on behind them between Jacob McLean and Daniel Murray. But looking at the inside then through Arie Luyendyk box at turn 14, the 328 up on the inside of the 48. Brodie Rawlings, does he have the run of things down towards Tarzan to hold off the Mercedes? You can see tucking into his slipstream almost immediately was Chase Hamilton. Running down towards turn 1, the 328 tries to hold the inside and manages to do so effectively there. Denies that inside line off of Hamilton for a potential fight back, a counter-attack then from the 48 in towards turn 1. Looking in behind, we do have more fighting to be had here. This time, a civil war amongst the Fords. McLean v Murray for 6th place. Down through turn 7. Now, this is the same area of the track that caught out both Tim Alexander-Blige and, by that proxy as well, Fisher Paykel. Speaking of Paykel, and Blige for that matter, these two fighting down at the same area of the track that gave them so much grief earlier on in this race. 10 minutes in then, here to round 2 of the championship, and things already getting lively here on a smaller than expected grid in Zandvoort. You see here with Tim Alexander-Blige will stay on board with the AMG in their continued fights against Aston Martin here for what is currently the scope of 10th place on the field as we take a look around the order. Leading that charge then, Manuel Woodward Motorsports is Bailey Baxter in the 888, nearly 3 seconds up over Anthony Joseph in the number 98 How to Train Your Driver OTM BMW. We see up in front though, this has quickly become now an aggregate fight for 9th place as they're falling in behind them. Wayne Gardner in the Roadblock Racing number 68 BMW ran into trouble. SRC there up over the gravel over the left-hand side through to turn 14 now. May very well find themselves forced to defend away from the BMW approaching them from behind. Further down the line then, Isaac Paranihi with the Amateurs Racing currently with the fastest lap and 3rd in this session so far. Brodie Rawlings with Nova Sport in 4th. We see here for Chase Hamilton on his first race in the InStyle Racing number 48, currently 5th on the field, having dropped in recently behind Rawlings after their move down the opening straight on the exit of Arie Luyendyk. Then further down the order, Jacob McLean in 6th, Daniel Murray 7th, Richard Claffey in 8th, Fisher Paykel in 9th, as we see just up in front here of Tim Alexander-Blige in 10th, Wayne Gardner behind them in 11th. So these are among the closest fights we have on the field at the moment. It is worth pointing out, though, that fight amongst the Fords still stands the chances here to get livelier and livelier. It's about a second as it stands between them on their run around turn 10. So we'll go and catch back in with these three here. Fisher Paykel and Andrew Walker leading that charge for the fight of 9th place, up and ahead of Tim Alexander-Blige, the Aston Martin and the Mercedes AMG. Normally down in GT4, these are sister cars. We do see, though, in the background, hang on just a moment, there is trouble for the number 68 there. Roadblock Racing's Wade Gardner did just find himself in a bit of trouble on the exit of turn 10, but now back up and running back into green flag conditions. So back on what I was saying just a moment ago, down in GT4, these are sister cars. They would share the same 4-litre twin-turbo V8 engine derived from the same platform, but in GT3, that Mercedes is actually using the older 6.3-litre AMG naturally aspirated V8 off of the Elder SLS, one of their finest cars, if I do say so myself. As for Aston Martin, they're still using the AMG 4-litre from their road car. The question is, who's doing it better? Is it AMG or is it Aston Martin in this fight? Amongst not only the same engine manufacturer, but they also do share quite a considerable amount of the same electronics, both of them having featured parts in from the Daimler Group, one of the primary investors in Aston Martin Lagonda. manufacturer, a very unique disposition in the auto market, not owned by one single auto conglomerate, more or less a group of private investors, among them the Daimler Group. We see here for Ford, their continued fight for 6th, Murray v. McLean. And they run out of turn 10 in towards turn 11 and 12. Up in front of them, the 48, Chase Hamilton, now a considerable length behind Brodie Rollings as he starts to filter down the order after the first 15 minutes of racing. The sun starting to beam back down on track. Things started relatively overcast conditions here in this race. But now as the conditions start to brighten up, this is probably one of the worst fears for these drivers, with the sun very clearly starting to beam back down on track. What this means is, on top of what has already been record high temperatures for this track, could even stand to get hotter over the course of the race. 3:37 p.m. local according to the game right now, so we're still in for peak heat here in Zandvoort. Down towards turn 1, we see here Pekel v. Bleich. 9th place still up for grabs. We'll stay on board with this fight for 9th place. We'll get a reflection on the grid in the next 6 minutes as to where everything stands at the moment. As it looks, though, from our point of view, it's the 888 up and ahead of the 98, up and ahead of the 31. So Manuel Woodward Motorsports leads in the Netherlands, up and ahead of the How to Train Your Driver team. That's part of the OTM family. More on that in a moment, though. The number 48 in trouble. So it stands, and taking a look here, that is for Chase Hamilton. So the in-style racing Mercedes that had quite a lot of promise on the run-in towards this race has had already early troubles in its opening hour. In the meantime, we see in the background Tim Alexander Bleich lay in an absolute blinder up over that of Fisher Paykel out through turn 9 into turn 10. The Mercedes now up ground and very likely to find an extra position with the wounded 48 in front of them. Bear in mind, they bear their own scars in this race so far. 15 minutes in, front aero damage. Tim Alexander Bleich, though, adamant to make amends with the early issues in round 2. Getting on board just briefly, again with another fight going on all the meanwhile. It's the fight amongst the Fords. Murray v. McLean. V8 against V8 here. Out through turn 3, a bit of understeer there for the number 8. Hooks things back in upon the exit. Now up through turn 4 at Hunsrück into turns 5 and 6. Sweeping, undulating section of the track brings us on this downhill run through turn 7. Now this is where it's so easy for drivers to run into trouble, because it's so easy to hook the car up on the inside, take quite a decent bit of grass with you, and that's what kicks the car out wide. That's what we saw for Adept Rigs, and it's also what we saw for SRC. We see here both the Fords navigating sector 2 rather well. Into sector 3 we go then on the exit of turn 10. Murray versus McLean, and they've kept things quite clean so far. That's what's upgraded them as it stands then to a fight at the top 5. Most recent troubles then for Chase Hamilton is what's given them that opportunity to fight amongst the top 5 this early on in the race. We see here the scope of things for Paranihi and Smith with the amateurs racing. We just quickly catch in here with the BMW down towards turn 1. It is worth pointing out, closing in from behind is Nova Sports' Brodie Rollings. About a second out there, that McLaren in the background. That's closing in slowly but surely. So the amateurs may very well find themselves at the epicenter of another fight in that top 3. Fought with Anthony Joseph for second place, ultimately missed out, now nearly 5 seconds astray of the 98. And it is worth pointing out, all the meanwhile that we see here ground being gained by Nova Sport, the same story applies up over that front row. Anthony Joseph is closing in. We've seen this on the map in the last couple of laps here. Joseph is closing on Baxter. So the chances are absolutely still there for them to fight by the end of the first hour. As a matter of fact, I would bargain a chance here we could be seeing them fight as early as the next 12 minutes before the halfway of the first hour. On the current progress the number 98 has found, could we be seeing the How to Train Your Driver team make their way back up to the leading positions of today's race, looking to go back-to-back then for victories after their maiden win at the Red Bull Ring. You see then for Paranihi, defensive fight on for third place. You can see having absolutely closed ground in on them now is that of Brodie Rawlings. Watching there, you can see it in the rear view mirror, that McLaren getting closer and closer and closer, taking a look over the rear wing. If you can make out the shape of the McLaren, eclipsed by that huge rear wing assembly on that BMW. Signs are rather self-evident there. He's sneaking up on the BMW now. The number 31 is under siege for a chance of losing out third place. Seems to have had a little bit of an early damper on it there, down through turn 3. Bit of a wide run for Brodie Rawlings. Paranihi, that's a temporary sigh of relief, but only 8/10 divides him from losing out on podium standings in the early parts of today's race. And when you consider the strategy being a lot more beneficial today over last rounds, up from 55 minutes of a stint timer to 70, he does not want to be losing ground so early. We see, though, trouble, and that's what's given rise to an early move up to the inside in through turn 9. There for Brodie Rawlings, we saw the sort of kindlings of that incident play out. And they're going to continue to fight down through turn 10. And there, you can see, was a snap of oversteer. Then he's washed out wide to the grass. He's had to lift off of the throttle to not spin the car out. That's just allowed a much easier route then for Rawlings to come rolling up the inside and not make any real hesitation in taking that position off of him. He's up to third. Apparently, he's down to fourth. They're on the exit of turn 3 in a turn... Oh, no, sorry. They're on the exit of turn 12 in a turn 13. My mistake there. Had them mixed up for the exit of turn 3 down at Hugenholtzbocht. No, that's on the exit of Arie Luijendijk now. They were on the exit of Hans Ernst. You can see up in front there, Joseph is closing in on Baxter. Now, admittedly, unlike some of the other fights we've seen, this is a bit of a slower burn between the leading Mercedes and the trailing BMW, but the signs are self-evident. The 98 is catching up. We've seen that gap start to close in over the course of the last couple of laps. So we see now here for Chase Hamilton, looking to be chasing down Richard Claffey. So we've got to catch on board here with the RTC Racing Porsche, currently fending off Stead of 7th. Behind them then, Chase Hamilton looking to right the wrongs of that incident from earlier on. You can see, though, for RTC Racing, forced off into the grass. They just ran a little bit wide out through turn 2, rejoined the track on the apex of turn 3, right onto the nose then of Tim Alexander-Bleisch. This is now for 8th place for Richard Claffey. And so it appears there, after muddying his tyres down through turn 2, didn't really want any part of a fight with the approaching AMG. Is just looking to dust those Pirellis off and get himself back up and running. The 93 drops 2 positions then from 7th to 9th. In terms of nearest fights at the moment, well, we were going to comment on there being the chance for a counter-attack by the amateurs, Isaac Paranihi and Scott Smith in the 31 BMW. Brodie Rawlings has made very quickly sure that that is not going to be the case. 1.8 seconds now, the gap between the McLaren and the BMW after taking up the helm of third place. We'll have a quick look at that replay once again as to what gave rise to that move earlier on. This was a upset down through turn 8 and 9 for the 31. That stab of oversteer then led them onto the grass, and that just allowed Brodie Rawlings to sweep up the inside in the 328 and take that position off of Paranihi's hands. So out past the first 20 minutes of racing, the Triple Eight still leads on what actually appears to be now, converse to what we've been saying in the last couple of laps here, a growing margin over the 98. So has it been a case here that Joseph has pushed a little too hard, flown a little too close to the sun in reference to the story of Icarus? Has his wings, or I suppose in this case, metaphorically speaking, his tyres, melted up? Gap between those two at the moment, about 4.5 seconds. That's a positive trend for the Triple Eight. He's actually gaining ground over the 98 at this time. In terms of the gap between Paranihi and Rawlings, that's now up north of 2 seconds. That brings a swift end then to the current state of that fight, unless they're to find an incident further up the road that reignites their rivalry on track. We see here with Richard Claffey, a driver who dropped 2 positions off to both Mercedes cars up in front of him. First being Chase Hamilton, courtesy of that run-off down at turn 2, and then on his rejoin out of turn 3 up through turn 4, gave over to the number 63 of Tim Alexander-Bleich. We see here, this is Daniel Murray's point of view, considerable front end damage. That's what's led to a now nearly 6-second gap between himself and Jacob McLean. Does that warrant bringing the number 8 into the pits? Not by Murray's assumptions there. He's going to stay out. And what looks to be quite heavy damage. That might be the most amount of damage we have of any driver on the field right now. I think following a close second, you'd be looking over at the comparatively minor front-end damages for the number 63 of Tim Alexander-Bleich with SRC. So joining us in chat there, Brooke Donkin 17. Good morning to you. You join us here just shy of 30 minutes into the first hour of racing here at round 2 of the AXRL Southern Summer Endurance Series here in Zandvoort. Trailing away from what was an exciting opening round at the Red Bull Ring, we now find an exclusively GT3 field, and I'd say it's rather a reluctant change, but of course, as mentioned back in the first round, this did seem like a necessary change of pace for race control. They were looking at the situation throughout round 1 and evidently made that decision that what was happening with the GT4s just wasn't enough to sustain having a whole half of the grid moved over for GT4. It seemed the appropriate choice to move them back over to GT3. On board at the moment with Chase Hamilton, closing in on Daniel Murray. Now, of course, we saw the damage over the nose of that number 8 just a moment ago. We now see the 48 closing in fast down towards turn 1. The number 8 gives them the room up the inside. Through turn 1 we go. Chase Hamilton looking at a scope of 6th place and gets it on the exit of Tarzan box to turn 1. In through to turn 2. Down towards turn 3. Solidifies his move up nearly a full second in the run of Sector 1 alone. You see there Brooke Donkin in chat saying looking forward to NLRL later, hopefully a good race to come. It is going to be a curious case for what remains now of the console endurance series, the last 2 rounds before the end of season 2. Now I won't go into too much detail over the current situation inside management for NLRL, but it doesn't particularly ring to me, at least from my own perspective, that there is much of future remaining for the CES. I want to hope that there is. I think, speaking honestly, I want to hope that there is. I think that's a great series, and I do hope that it sees a 3rd season, but just because of the logistics of it at the moment, season 2 could very well be among the last, at least for a good while. I think it's a case where, like last year, it will be a case where the console endurance series goes silent for probably over the course of the summer. We'll pick this back up in autumn. But as of right now, it's going to be quite a long hiatus coming up after season 2. There will be some stuff to take up the meantime there, from whether or not it's from NLRL or from some of our other clients as well. I know the Saturday evening slot is one of the most lucrative in terms of what we get contracted to cover. So I'll be curious to see how that works out. Of course, one of our Saturday evening slots that we have normally outside of the console endurance series is the World Series over on Competizione Performance League. That'll be one likely to capitalize on the absence of the CES over the summer. In terms of what we'd like to do over the summer, though, I think from a personal standpoint, staying on board with some of these drivers here and their continued fight in the top 10, from a personal standpoint over the summer, I think we're probably going to pump the brakes just a little bit on the amount of broadcasts we give out per week. And now that's not out of any position that we're dissatisfied with the races. I never want any of our clients to assume that, any of the race control teams listening in, we never want that to be the assumption as to why we wouldn't cover a race. It's simply off of the fact right now, coming up in about 2 weeks, not only do we have, from my own personal point of view, I've got 2 assignments at university. Not only that, but 9 events. It is coming to be a case that we're starting to burn out just slightly. So I think into the summer, going to take things nice and easy. And I think that's also going to be the running rates for a lot of the leagues as well. We noticed that that's, no pun intended, but the dry season for esports. The summer, at least for sim racing, a lot of championships tend to wind down. We will be seeing the Sunday League Season 6 coming up after Season 5, but of course still the majority of that season still left to go. So no worries over that disappearing in the summertime. But yeah, for what remains of the Console Endurance Series, it is looking to be hopeful here. A new race coming in after this one tonight, that being the 6 hours of Indy, that being the first of its kind then for the calendar. Coming up later on today will be the 4 hours of Suzuka. We see here then, still on board with Chase Hamilton, having more than absolutely formed up the basis of his gap over Daniel Murray. Now to 6th by 4.7 seconds. Taking a look then as we drop in just before the first half hour of racing is covered here in round 2. Bailey Baxter leads by 4.5 seconds to Anthony Joseph in 2nd. Brody Rollings with the fastest lap now for Nova Sport into 3rd. Paranihi down to 4th by 4.3 seconds. Jacob McLean in the top 5 with Chase Hamilton in 6th. Daniel Murray in 7th with Tim Alexander Bleish right on his trails here as a newfound fight for 7th emerges on board. Then we'll be catching on with Tim Alexander Bleish down through to turn 10. Both of these drivers nursing damage. It's worth pointing that out. Now on the exit of turn 10, you can see the Mercedes very sprightly there upon the exit of turn 10. Fighting as it stands for 7th on the field. Behind them, Richard Claffey in 9th, Fisher Paykel in 10th, and Wayne Gardner in 11th. Let's go and catch on board, though, on board with the Mercedes fighting right now against that of Daniel Murray. Bear in mind, straightaway speeds, not anywhere near as much a pronounced difference that Ford normally has over the majority of the field because, of course, such a short opening straight. That's what gives Mercedes the opportunity to ride along with. And in the case here for the 63, goes up the inside through turn 1. One of our major attacking zones on track so far. That's been nice, neat and tidy with the fight of 7th place there for Tim Alexander Bleish. Made quick work of things there over the number 8. I suppose again, whilst we have the opportunity to speak on further projects coming up around the corner for TRTM, we are looking to expand out with other forms of media coming up. Now, I can't speak entirely for what is coming up for TRTM, but a lot of stuff coming up that you may not expect us to be producing. A lot more, not necessarily scripted content, but not live content is what I'm saying. We are going to be making some new additions to the content we put out throughout 2026. I'm quite excited to reveal those details as and when we're available to do so, but right now a lot of it's still in the brainstorming stage, but it's going to be quite curious to see. Also coming up tomorrow, for those of you tuning into the Sunday League, we may have a very special guest joining us in the commentary box, and we'll reveal more details about that tomorrow on the run in towards the next round of Sunday League Season 5. So far, so good for this race. After the early doors issues for server stability, things look peachy in the race itself, albeit we're down to a grid of 11 cars. And it is a rather confusing sign then. Of course, with the reintegration of GT4's numbers into GT3, you'd expect the grid to take a noticeable incline in terms of driver attendance, but it seems to have done, actually, I would say, significantly little to change the current mass of GT3s. I think we're actually around the same numbers GT3 stood at the Red Bull Ring. Now, it's not our position to speak critically But we're just pointing out what we have, obviously, to hand here data-wise. But we are looking at around the same numbers for GT3, so we are hoping, both for the sake of these broadcasts here, because these are some fantastic drivers on track, and it could definitely do with them having more company out on track there. Only 11 drivers for a 3-hour race. I imagine some may be feeling a little tired in the stead of some of these drivers here. Heading into Imola and Spa later down the line, we do hope to see more drivers on that grid. But that's our own standpoint here. Race control, obviously it's up to them to source those new drivers. But I suppose we can lend our hands to help. If you are watching in on these broadcasts and are interested in entering this championship, we will be posting a link into the chat. Now, bear in mind, of course, this is an Australian championship, so you are working against, I believe, AEDT. That's your current time zone for AXRL. So it is a case here that if you're tuning in from the UK, as it stands Greenwich Mean Time, it's in and around the ballpark of an 11-hour time difference. So it's evening for them, morning for us. But we'll be posting the link into the AXRL server, into the Twitch chat. So if you're curious about joining this championship, and if you're watching in on YouTube, I think we'll try and do the same there. Put the link into the server in the description for this video, as well as the link, of course, to our Twitch channel. I think it's definitely worth taking a look at these. These leagues definitely are worth taking a look at here, as we'll just quickly try to find the server invite link. We are actually struggling to get that there. It's a bit of a strange one. Yeah, that's very strange, in fact. Okay, we'll have to pick that one up later on, as it seems right now we're unable to source the server invite link. A bit of a confusing one there. I think that might have just been a glitch on our end. Nonetheless, taking a look around the field, we see at the moment then things have been looking rather positive since earlier issues for Mercedes-AMG. We see for Chase Hamilton now to 6th. We saw, of course, earlier on Tim Alexander-Bleich fight into 7th place there, down through to turn 1. Of course, things a little bit quieter than expected on the grid in the early parts of this race. As per even the shortest of endurance races, things do quickly filter out into being almost an extended qualifier. It is quite pace adjacent. And when you look in the earlier sprint races, you look in sort of hour to hour and a half long races, a lot of it can feed off of each other. But ultimately, when you do split apart on an endurance race, it is highly, highly unlikely you'll be seeing other drivers for even upwards of hours in terms of actual fighting for position. We know in the case here for the 888, the leading car at the moment, they're not long to start running into lapped traffic, about 22 seconds out from Wayne Gardner down in 11th place. We see nearest competition from them, Anthony Joseph in the number 98 How to Train Your Driver car, is 5 seconds out. Last lap 138.310. That's 3/10, just shy of actually 3/10 slower than Bailey Baxter here in the 888. So Mercedes could very well be on their grounds here for a first win this season. Now, we won't speak too early on those chances. Of course, even with the shortest of endurance races, anything can and often does happen on grids like these. We have seen some rather dramatic changes in races shorter than this. Taking a look in here just briefly with Richard Claffey, it's worth pointing out that much like we saw for Tim Alexander-Bleich, Daniel Murray is quickly falling into his iron sights here, so Claffey could be having a shot of things. Bear in mind, with a 70-minute stint limit, a lot of these drivers are going to be holding out for the longest possible time. Expect in and around the hour and 50 mark where we actually see the first of our drives into the pit lane. But of course, drivers could still elect to do slightly more tactical maneuvers here to gear themselves up for what is a more traditional 60-60-60 stint division here. We'll stay on board though with Claffey, and this is a very curious case indeed. Now, we've seen Richard Claffey with Porsche on a few different occasions here on AXRL. Of course, the first round of the championship earlier on this season, but it's also worth pointing out that we saw him in the multi-class madness round at the Circuit Kyalami in the outskirts of Johannesburg, South Africa. And it was interesting there. I believe it was with a different team name. I believe an anagram of RTC, or vice versa. RTC is an anagram of his previous team. I believe it was CTR Racing, if I'm not mistaken there. We'll have to take a look back through my notes to investigate that firsthand. We'll stay on board, though, with the RTC number 93 here. Claffey fighting with Daniel Murray with Out of Their Minds. This is for 8th on the field. We see the Porsche leap for the inside. Can he hope to hold that one down through Hans Ernst? He does. I believe there was a bit of hand-holding there from the number 8. Saw that the Porsche was going to leap for him. And with that considerable wad of front-end damage, didn't really vie his chances up likely to fight him down through that section. So just allowed Claffey to soar on through for that fight of 8th place. Up through turn 14 we go then. It is quite a magical car, that Porsche. It is worth sort of speaking at length of a few of these vehicles, whilst we have the sort of open time here between major moves to the pit lanes, major strategic calls expected coming up in and around 30 minutes from now. It is worth talking about the cars themselves. Of course, we've spoken about the drivers, but the machines they pilot as well have a very special place on the grid all to the same. And that Porsche, definitely one among them. I failed to recall a championship that we've covered here on TRTM where Porsche has not had at least one car present, I suppose, save for more you know, obvious exemptions, such as, you know, previous series like the Jaguar GT3 Revival series, or for that matter, the Porsche 911 can't necessarily feature in GT4. But the 718 Cayman, its little brother, does also make in for decent fill-in spot there. The Porsche 911, though, of course, I'd still hold that regard, and we've said this a few times here on TRTM, but that is, and I don't think many will argue with us on this, that is the most popular sports car of all time. It's 8 generations strong, the same design ethos introduced from the 1950s. You can even trace its lineage as far back as the 1940s, when Ferdinand Porsche designed the Volkswagen Beetle. Obviously, that's the main joke with the Porsche 911, that it is a Volkswagen Beetle, but that is rooted in some kind of history there. 3 generations of the Porsche family led to the creation of the world's most popular sports car. And this machine has really seen it all. It's won in the Monte Carlo Rally. It's won at the 24 Hours of Le Mans, if I'm not mistaken, as well. It is a car that has seen all walks of action across the world of motorsports. And you can even say the influences of the Porsche 911 are felt in the Porsche 959 that went on to compete in the Dakar Rally. So come rain, shine, sleet, snow or sand, this car has seen it all. Bit of trouble over the front axle, though. You can see just how low of an ABS setting Claffey is running on that 93. That's what gave him such stopping power down through the Hans Ernst spot on his move over Daniel Murray. Really was able to drop the anchors over the nose there. That fight for 8th definitely now quickly fizzles out. You can see, though, he's not got everything super peachy there in the 93. He's been taking quite a few dives there over the grass. The back end fighting with the front. It is a wiry concoction on that 992. Now, definitely a step in the right direction over the previous generation 991. And that's definitely had, I guess you could say, a bit of a following on this game here. But I think the wider consensus was that car, by comparison to what they brought in with the 992, is just a broadly inferior package. The 992, one of the more refined versions of the Porsche 911. A lot more manageable as well from first-hand accounts from drivers having driven both platforms. So as we cut away then from RTC Racing's Richard Claffey, we see here with Daniel Murray. It has been a curious story for Ford. Of course, their move away from the GT over to the Mustang was, I don't think, one many of us were expecting them to do. But now, really looking back on it, 2 years on from the introduction of the Ford Mustang to the GT3 field, it seems like the appropriate choice. When you see that the Mustang was becoming this sleeker, slimmer, more tech-infused offering, a far cry, really, of 2 generations ago for the Mustang, where it was quite a stocky, thoroughbred, no pun intended, muscle car. Now, that's not to say that its DNA as a muscle car has disappeared entirely, far from it, but you can see almost, and dare I say it, European influences start to creep in on how the Mustang gets designed. It's a lot sleeker, and that, I think, coincides with the fact that the 6th gen Mustang was the first to be sold in the United Kingdom as a dedicated package. You could buy, from I think about 2016 to 2019, you could buy a Ford Mustang, albeit they did give you a few options. You could have, I think there was the V6 as an offering there, the I think it's the EcoTech, not the EcoBoost engine. But you could buy it with a V6, as you could in America. But you also had the option of the EcoBoost engine, the 4-cylinder. And frankly, I have no idea why on earth you'd feel compelled to buy, yes, let me get a Mustang with no Mustang involved. You know, it seems that you're more going after just the shape of the car than what it actually stood for. But of course, you could still buy it with a 5-litre V8. This one here, though, is a 5.4-litre V8 engine under the bonnet, derived from the Ford Coyote motor, the same one used in the 6th gen Mustang. Now, it is a confusing story when you consider that Ford later updated it to the Voodoo motor in the facelift 6th gen, then later into the 7th gen model that you see here on track. So going back to older builds of that engine to give them their motorsports package. Now, this was co-opted in design, so I'm told, by M Sport. The same folks who've been working with Ford extensively in a few other projects. Also had the opportunity to work across the board in GT racing over with Bentley for some time in the design of their 4-litre twin-turbo Continental. A car that has seen rising popularity on the grid here on Assetto Corsa Competizione in the last couple of months. We've seen somewhat of a renaissance for Bentley over the course of 2025 into today in 2026. I think one of the main spearheads to that charge we've seen on our account here, on our first-hand accounts in console, has been from performances like we've seen out of the console endurance series, with Exclusive Esports taking the helm with Bentley, trying to keep the ball running there in that sense. And they've been able to do something very, very clever indeed. We'll speak more about that, though, when we get into the racing later down in today's itinerary over in Suzuka. We see into the pit lane, though. This is Anthony Joseph with How to Train Your Driver. Into the pits, then. Earlier pit stop than expected. 45 minutes in this race, and the 98 comes in. Bear in mind, stint timer, I'm told, is out at 70, and that's the first of the mandatory pit stops completed. Jacob Nielsen hops into the car and takes to the track. And I must say, it's a confusing sign there. 45-minute undercut from the 98. Also in the pit lane as well, then, comes Daniel Murray. Now, bear in mind, we were told that it's 70 minutes, but it could very well be a case amongst the bit of a kerfuffle the server had earlier on, that perhaps has that stint limit changed around. Now, the drivers can see the data on that. We can't, so we're hoping that a driver maybe pitches in with the word whether or not it still is 70 minutes, because the trend we're seeing at the moment with drivers coming in, and bear in mind, we're not too far off the chances here of that 55-minute stint limit coming in. We see another driver in, this time the 68, Wayne Gardner, filling in for Jason Leatherby in the 68. Still then, represents an interesting notion amongst the new top three, Baxter, Rawlings and Paranihi, of whether these three choose to come in then. You see here with Paranihi, we'll go to catch on board. Just quickly here, Daniel Murray, having repaired the damages over his Mustang, emerges from the pits ahead of Gardner. Into 10th place he goes in the number 8. First of his mandatory pit stops completed. We'll go to catch on board here with Baxter in the 888. There you can see coming into the pit lane, the race leaders in the 888 AMG. Now, the question is, we've seen driver swaps aplenty so far, and I believe that is one of the requirements of the mandatory pit stop for the multi-driver lineup. So that doesn't apply to the single driver entries. So, for example, for Chase Hamilton down in 5th at the moment, or for Jacob McLean down in 4th, that rule of thumb is just not going to apply. But for the drivers with multiple cars, part of that mandate, if I'm not mistaken, is to swap the drivers. So we will likely then be seeing Jared Sebastiano get behind the wheel in the next stint here. So bear in mind, both of these stints do have to count for a mandatory pit stop. Of course, they don't want to find themselves coming into the last hour still with a mandatory pit stop to serve. They'll find themselves at great disadvantage to the rest of the field if they do so. In the time since then, we see here for Tim Alexander Bleish, still expectant of his first mandatory pit stop coming up, where he'll hand over to his teammate Catherine Lane. Chasing down Nielsen. No yet suggestion on the 63 to come in. So Sebastiano is coming out. We see him just emerge up the road there ahead of Jacob Nielsen. Now, we can expect to see that part of that strategy of such an early pit stop by the 98 from the How to Train Your Driver team was to catch up here onto the 888, I should say, on their way in through to turn 3. The idea was if they can get a stab of taking position off of them, that still represents the front of the field. They were the race leaders when they came in. They're likely to be race leaders when the rest of the field falls in line. Quickly checking in with said rest of the grid, we see here for Brodie Rollings what has been actually quite a solid start, all things considered, for Nova Sport. They've kept their heads low. They've not had a lot of trouble. You can see the car is, by comparison to quite a few on the field to have entered the pit lanes before them, spotless by contrast. They've kept things nice and squeaky clean. And considering for Rollings and Dunk, by that metric, they are both into GT3 for the first time this season. They started the season off with Chevrolet. This move over to McLaren, though these drivers, of course, no strangers whatsoever to GT3, they are still taking just a few baby steps, as it were, before they go flat out. In terms of pit lane entries, nothing as of yet. The 48 out in front is Chase Hamilton, and they stay out. We're on here with Jared Sebastiano. The case of the 888 here, the MWM, we actually do have some of the data of the original lineup. It was Hudson Manuel that was in the 888 last round. Now we find it to be the case that it's Bailey Baxter, who was with the GT4 division, I should point out as well. I believe the number 38 AMG in round 1. So this transfer has definitely been that winning concoction that MWM's been searching for. Hudson Manuel unable to make it to this round, if I'm not mistaken. So filling in for him will be the former GT4 driver. But now handing over to a driver who is no stranger to this machine. Now, we made the inaccurate assertion earlier on that this car would be getting a running start by transferring in from GT4. I may have them mixed up with another vehicle, as this car has been a part of the grid from round 1. That was Sebastiano and Manuel in this car. So I think that was just a bit of an inaccurate gauge on our half. I think there are drivers here to have transferred in that move since. We see actually a bit of a slide there for Claffey. I think really the chief in point here on those transfers was Nova Sport. They completely merged away from having a GT4 lineup to moving over to GT3. They were looking to fight things out strongly at the front of the field for GT4. And for Nova Sport at this time, their move back into GT3 has kept them with the ball rolling here. Of course, with the points reintegration from GT4, it does keep them towards the front of the field. They still stand the chances here at the halfway round of the championship to continue to fight for a potential championship title. As it stands, though, we'll stay on board here with the 98 and his continued pursuit to the 888. What is currently the scope of 5th place. Now, these two, of course, set to see quite a significant upgrade of position further down the line. The 328, the number, taking a look there, 31, the 73, the 48, all set to come in ahead of these two. The 328 leading that charge as it stands then. We'll be monitoring the map to see whether or not Novasport comes into the pit lane. So it appears they aren't. So we'll be monitoring that situation from the point of view of these two here. And is that? Yes, that is rain. That's rain hitting the track. So we didn't check the weather radars because we were under the assertion that things were going to be dry racing throughout. We see, though, very quickly descending upon the track is wet weather conditions. What a rare sight indeed for us to have changeable conditions here in Zandvoort on what started out in scorching conditions. We are now in for the run of rain, of wet weather racing. Now, you can see why some drivers have decided to hold out for as long as they have. And in the case here, for especially looking in that top four at the moment, they may very well have just found a sudden stroke of luck that can put them, for the rest of this race, in great advantage over these two that came in earlier. These are set to be the race leaders, but by how much longer could that logic withstand? And we'll have every opportunity to monitor how things play out here for the 98 and the AAA. But right now, it seems that they've made a gamble. And sadly, because of the way that GT tyres operate, we can't actually see what compounds they're on. Unlike another series to utilise the Pirelli P0 family, of course, Formula 1, where you can very clearly see if a driver's got onto wet tyres or not. And I think that would be more self-evident by the fact that they've not got into the wall over the fact that the tyres have changed colour. But we can see here, these two, as far as we know, went onto dry tyres. And you can see that this is going to be a gamble over whether or not they stay on those dry tyres for much longer. See up in front, the Chase Hamilton's running into some trouble already. Quite rapidly dropping time away from Sebastiano and Nielsen. You can see that the track is starting to get greasy here, and that's catching out the 888. The 98 being a lot more hesitant under brakes at the moment, and even on throttle. You can start to see spray forming up behind the AMG of Jared Sebastiano. Now, this is somewhat of a doomsday scenario. I don't think many drivers were expecting rain coming into today's race. A lot of them had it planned out for strategy on dry conditions. If conditions are to continue to pick up the way that they are there really any hopes that these two can hope to stay on the dry tyres? I mean, that strategy is going to quickly fall apart for them in, I'd say, about 30 minutes or less here. We could even be looking at even less, but I'd say 20 minutes if the conditions continue as they are. I mean, taking a look here, it does look to be only a brief spat of rain, with the current weather radar predictions set that it will clear out within the next 10 minutes. So these drivers are just going to have to firm it, hope that the track doesn't get too wet to create an incident. Oh, never mind. There goes the AAA spinning around down at turn 7. And that gives very easy credence up to what is going to be a provisional lead of this race for the number 98. Yellow flags out for the AAA AMG. Huge, huge problems then for Jared Sebastiano. Fortunately for him, unlike another incident to have occurred down here at turn 7 for the car actually now slotting in behind him, Tim Alexander-Bleish with SRC Motorsports, that it is not led to any incurred damage for the AAA, albeit he is a little bit shaken up after that incident. As it stands then, he's 7.5 seconds off of Nielsen, praying for some respite in these conditions. No grip to be found. These drivers, as it stands under weather radar predictions, are just going to have to firm it out for the next 10 minutes and see things through to the end of the next hour. Bear in mind, we're not even out of the first hour here. Those last 5 minutes of the first hour of racing have ticked by like an hour in and of themselves. Really, now we are playing in a rather dangerous game here. Quite the devil's gambit. When we see this fight going on, we see for Tim Alexander-Bleish was skating his way out through turn 14 at Arie Luyendyk, and that is quite a sketchy run indeed there for the Mercedes. Bear in mind, has not come in for new tyres just yet. We see here Chase Hamilton now having lost out to Jakob Nielsen. Nielsen on the warpath as the withering tyres on the 48 subside, dropping Hamilton to 5th. Taking a look at the front of the field here, out through Arjen Luyendijk. Up in front, we do see what looks to be fighting there between Grant Scar and Fisher Paykel. Admittedly, doesn't appear to be for position. The race leader then, Brodie Rawlings and Angus Dunk, Nova Sports number 328. You can see just how sketchy this is for them right now. You can see there, just a little scope of the inputs. From the point of view of Brodie Rawlings, he's really having to feather that throttle. And I suppose closest analogy I could make is if you were to watch the inputs of a driver during the Monte Carlo rally in the icier sections, just how hesitant. This is a very fine ballet they have here on inputs to keep that car rotated in, but not by too much, but not by too little. They have to hit the Goldilocks zone here in worsening conditions. Now, admittedly, looking at the weather radar, we are set to find drier conditions in the next 10 minutes, but these drivers are going to have to brave the storm until that point. Coming into dry tyres are not going to be the call worth making at this time. They're going to have to stick things out, and this is going to make things all the more worse in the case here for Rawlings, for Paranihi, and for McLean, as the 3 leading drivers still yet to come into the pit lane, because when they come onto those new dry tyres, not only are they dealing with fresh and by that metric colder tyres, they are dealing with all of that in conditions not suitable for the slicks. They're coming up onto the end of the first hour of racing here. Things have gotten very interesting on today's grid, as it's been really the step in of nature to make things interesting. Those front runners who haven't boxed will also have blistering front tyres. Actually, blistering all around, sorry, not just the fronts. Though it is within reasonable assertion to assume that the fronts will be seeing quite a lot more punishment than the rears, as they're quite literally the ones having to steer this whole operation. Left side only. That says True Oz Gamer. That's one of the drivers, if I'm not mistaken, in with the 888. So that's with Manuel Woodward Motorsports' Mercedes. In the pit lane in the time since Fisher Paykel and Andrew Walker with Adepta Rigs Racing Aston Martin are in the 942. Getting a quick look in here with another set of cars very close to one another. That's Jared Sebastiano just getting the leg up there over Chase Hamilton. 2 Mercedes go head to head. You can see that those blistering tyres spoken about earlier really catching out AMG, because you can see the stark contrast between the two here. Into the pits as well we see is Jacob McLean, Macca Motorsports number 73, and we see peeling in behind was Chase Hamilton with Mercedes. Tim Alexander Blythe still yet to have come in. Now, of course, we have a very limited understanding of what we've seen out of SRC Motorsports. We do know that these drivers have seen quite a fair deal of experience in GT, so clearly this was an educated guess by them to stay out, to try and brave things through all the way to the very, very tip top there of a 70-minute stint. Trying to maximize the amount of time they spend on track here, because that's all going to add up into that third stint where they've got the least amount of time on that final set of tyres. That means they have healthier tyres to the end of the race. So they're going for sort of long-term pain for short-term gain. And I understand that seems kind of counterintuitive, because it should be the other way around, short-term pain for long-term gain. But in endurance racing, you've really got to plan for that last stint, because you could have a phenomenal race and it could fall apart in the last 60 minutes. Conversely, you could also have a terrible race and it opens up in the last 60 minutes. So that's really the first 2 hours of this race for a lot of these drivers are going to be spent as an intermediary of building up to how do we position ourselves for that last hour, because that's where all of it matters. And I think it's that mindset as well as what leads to these more, I guess you could say, relaxed performances from drivers, where you're seeing for the majority of the race, it is just them knuckling down, setting in lap times. They're fighting against themselves, or they're fighting against raw data. In endurance racing, often is the case where you only get scatterings of actual fights amongst drivers for position. We could be seeing one here coming up not too long from now. Actually, no, never mind. I think I had that one mixed up there with a different fight on track. Stay on board here with Brodie Rawlings. Now one of two drivers left at the front of that field, Isaac Paranihi being the other with the amateurs. Neither of them having come in just yet for that first pit stop. I believe, taking a wild guess as to what their current strategy is to try and hold things out. Very similar to what we saw for SRC, for that matter. Trying to hold things out all the way to the 70-minute mark, so they can give themselves as much of a running chance into that last stint. In about, looking at it here, that's going to be roughly in about, for a lot of these drivers, 70 minutes time. See here, this looks like trouble. What's going on there for Brodie Rawlings? Rolling off into the grass out of turn 8. Did he just find a bit of a wet patch on the road? That was a very confusing. It was a very slow incident, to be completely honest. That's probably the most one of the most relaxed run off into the grass I think we've seen. Yeah, when he gets onto the brakes, he doesn't want to put too much steering input in on the car, because that's how the back end comes away from you. And that's what leads to even further issues down the road. So he's just sort of gliding his way in through the grass there, as we see rejoining with him. That's a bit of desync on our end. I think that is due to the video capture device having a bit of feedback when we come back from these instant replays. I still do not exactly know why that happens, I'll be completely honest with you. I think it is potentially some feedback because the way of our the way that our recording software works. When we do call in for the instant replay, it is effectively feeding back the last 15 seconds of recorded footage from the video capture device itself, and then relaying that to our screen. So then maybe that's what causes just a little bit of lag. And it's always on our end. It's not on the driver's end either. Into the pit lane, then comes Brodie Rawlings. We'll see for Isaac Paranihi. Is it the running rates here for them to join him in the pits? We do see damage there for Paranihi in the time since he stays out. As you can see, the dry weather picks back up here on track. So the drivers having braved the worst of conditions so far. And taking a look at it, it's at least for the next 30 minutes expected to be more dry, more sunny conditions on track. The track temperature has definitely dropped to considerable ways. They're down 5 degrees from the race start, down to 36 degrees on track. In terms of local temperature and air temperature, that's down 2 degrees from 34 to 32. So Brodie Rawlings re-emerges to the track, having dropped down behind Jacob Nielsen and Jared Sebastiano. The 328 now drops into what is going to be provisional runnings as it stands there for the scope of third place. That's the we'll see exactly how that slots in with the introduction of the 31 to the pit lane. Nielsen currently then second, Rawlings to fourth. A few drivers though we've still yet to see in the pit lanes. We see here for Tim Alexander Bleish, SRC holding things out. I believe this could be among the final runs they have on track before that first pit stop. They look to have been taking this one all the way to the ragged edge. Bear in mind the timings of things here. They will actually, yes, by the looks of it, they will need to come into the pits on this lap. They won't have enough time in the next lap coming. I don't believe that. I mean, we could be wrong on that one. Just gauging that off of lap times as well in their current situation, their current state, they're not going to have enough time in that next lap to come into the pits, have that stint timer reset, and not pick up a penalty for it. So for the 1:53 left to go in this race, 1 hour 53 minutes, this could very well be the call into the pits for the number 63. Same story there, it applies for the number 93. That's Richard Claffey. These are among the only 3 drivers left with Paranihi included. Paranihi stays out, though. This is a confusing tale. We really would have expected the 31 to come in under such duress, but it seems that he's found enough time in it to stay out. We'll see, is that the case, though, for Tim Alexander-Bleish? It would be rather precarious to see him do anything besides that, but no, he is going to stay out. So that is a confusing one. And I am curious to know, I'm pretty certain the stint timer resets at the exit of the pits. Or does it reset from the entry of the pits? That's the real question. You see, though, Claffey not looking to take any risks here. He's coming in the number 93. Solid opening stint. Was that a little bit of a rub there with the inside pit wall on his way in there? Pauses on entry. Resets on exit. So, okay, that makes a little more sense. So, with that being said, they really could tow it down to the last second, but this is a very precise balancing act for a lot of these drivers here. I don't think many would feel inclined to take the risk. So as it stands for Bleish, this will be the lap in which he comes in. The same story there, it applies. Yes, by looks of it there for Paranihi, as it just ticked over to the point of no return. Even if he was able to lay in a qualifying level time, he'd still be out by a few seconds before he come into the pits. So in goes Paranihi with the amateurs. A great opening stint then. You can see quite a beaten up state for the 31. Leaving the pits just out in front of them there, you can see was the Porsche Richard Claffey. Meanwhile, emerging right behind them there, Jacob Nielsen now takes the lead of this race. Jared Sebastiano into second, Brody Rawlings into third. We see biometric of having held out for quite some time here. Tim Alexander-Bleish under strategy could find himself later down the line hunting down a chance of fourth in today's race. He comes into the pits though from fifth. A great opening stint then by Bleish. We'll see for Paranihi, he'll be handing over to Scott Smith. For Bleish, it will be the case where he's handing over to Catherine Lane, so we'll see what she can do when she gets out on track instead of her teammate. Now, of course, as we saw in the Red Bull Ring, not impossible to suggest that we'll be seeing drivers double stinting. But in the case here where they don't actually find themselves in a deficit for time over stint, to where they have to make more than the necessary amount of stints one would reasonably expect out of these races, they can't afford to double stint. So it will be a driver swap, more likely than not, expected of a lot of these drivers in this. We see exiting the pits then. Just getting an update. Yes, that is Smith behind the wheel. So Scott Smith takes the helm of the number 31, re-emerges to the field here in fourth place, just up and ahead of Jacob McLean. As for Tim Alexander-Bleish, we'll be seeing the introduction of Catherine Lane in just a moment's time. That's as per what was submitted by SimGrid. So if there has since been a change to the driver lineup, we do apologise then to the 63. But as far as we know, that is still the same lineup that entered the first round of the championship way back when last month. We'll wait to see though. You see here for Claffey. Now up past Bleish, and it's because of those damage repairs that has left the 63 without much to hold on to in terms of standings there. The repairs they've had to deal with from a very early doors incident has led to a bit of trouble for them in the halfway. It's worth pointing out here, very close fighting to be had. Jacob McLean now actually up and around Scott Smith. So McLean, of course, had a little bit more time to run with on those newer tyres. Smith still taking his baby steps on those new Pirellis. You see for Bleish, the mandatory pit stop has been cleared, but is not yet released from the jacks. Has there been some issues in scheduling? I believe, yes, Lane is behind the wheel. You can see on the charts there that Lane is behind the wheel. The charts, by that I mean the LED charts on the car, not the charts to our left-hand side. That's yet to update. We see something is amiss here for the 63. They can't seem, by whatever reason, to get the car started and out of the pit lane. They've cleared the necessary basis for a mandatory pit stop for the number 63. This is a very, very bizarre turn of events here. Stranded in the pit lane. Not the first time we've ever seen it. Now we see getting up off of the clutch there, out through to the field, emerging down in a reluctant P11 is Lane as she makes her way out onto the track. Very confusing stuff. Whatever happened there for the Mercedes, where they struggled to get the car started for the run into the second stint. they held out much, much longer. Whether or not there was something they had to serve in the pit lane there, otherwise we would have been made aware of that. But as far as we knew, it was a elongated stop in the pits to repair at least some of the damages on the Mercedes. We can still see present on the AMG. It may also have been an extended refueling time. Bear in mind, it is open strategy, so a lot of this we do have to gun by eye. Of course, it's a no-brainer to hop onto tyres, but anything thereafter is usually a secondary consideration. Not often one drivers have to make. There will be a spot of refueling here. More often than not, teams can fit that in during the tyre refitting period. We're all throwing ideas at the ball here to see exactly what led to such a long stay in the pits for the 63. Nonetheless, though, lane out. We'll see what she can do over the course of this stint coming up. We see here for Jared Sebastiano just quickly catching on with another Mercedes on this field, making his way up and ahead of Claffey, lapping out past the number 93. We do see here, it's been a bit of a rocky start of this second stint for Scott Smith, because Jacob McLean with Macca Motorsports has not wasted any time there, taking 4th place off the hands of the 31. And in the time since, he's really been able to just disappear up the field. The number 73 is not wasting any time here in the second stint. He is hunting down a tenure inside of that top 5. He's distanced himself from his fellow Ford in the opening stint, that being Daniel Murray in the number 8. Of course, was spending quite a long time in the pits repairing that extensive front end damage he suffered in the first stint. But McLean really seems to be now, in that second part of 3 in this race, really seems to be a man on a mission. On his way down through to turn 8 at Masters Box in towards turn 9. Very curious stuff indeed. So we see for Scott Smith just analysing the pace and taking a look just quickly here on those timings. It's worth pointing out for the BMW from the drop away from Paranihi to Smith. Bear in mind, a lot of these opening laps we can't expect to see a great deal because he is still adjusting to those tyres. It is worth pointing out here, while yes, we have seen a boost in performance, it is still hanging around, looking at 139.202, so it is still hanging around just under the average then from Paranihi. Now, we could still see that pick up, and comparing that to what has currently been McLean's run of things, taking a look so far for McLean, we can see much more consistently hanging in around it. We can see there, actually, in that last lap was a 37 from the number 73. So McLean is really on for something here. It's quite a surprise he's yet to see the fastest lap off of Brodie Rawlings. But McLean really on for something here in that second stint. Now, we've got to consider as well the very obvious aspect that McLean has had a little more time on those new tyres compared to Smith. I do not doubt for a second here that Smith will be seeing his way in at the same times his teammate Paranihi was setting earlier on in this race, if not potentially coming up to challenge the times by McLean and Rawlings later on in this stint. But it's been a bit of a weary start then by comparison. So as it stands then, with everyone having served the first of their mandatory pits, this is where it stands at the moment. Jacob Nielsen leads for How to Train Your Driver, up and ahead of Jared Sebastiano with Manuel Woodward Motorsports. Brodie Rawlings with Nova Sport in 3rd place, ahead of Jacob McLean in 4th for Macca Motorsports. We see here Scott Smith with the amateurs and the number 31 down to 5th place. Chase Hamilton in 6th with Richard Claffey in 7th. Andrew Walker with Adept Rigs Racing Aston Martin in 8th place, ahead of Daniel Murray in 9th, Grant Scarr in 10th, and then Catherine Lane in 11th. A very long stay in the pits then for SRC. A confusing time indeed for them. Hopefully, though, they can find the pieces to pick up and rebuild from what was a solid standing for them coming into that run of the pit lane. They were making up some very solid ground. We saw in the hands of Lane's teammate, Tim Alexander-Blythe. We'll see what Lane can do over the course of what is going to be the next roughly 70, I'd say roughly now going on for 65-ish minutes. We see a bit of a bump there for Catherine Lane through to turn 11 and 12. Very easy section, though, I must remark, to end up in an incident like that. The curbs are deceptively high. Let's see if we can go and catch on board with the driver, though, just quickly to see. I think we can get on with the 942 here. So on with Adept Rigs. We're going to quickly take a look in with Andrew Walker. So just taking a look down through those curves here, you can see on the inside, doesn't look it, but you clip over that and the wheels will get up and off the ground for a solid about 1/10 of a second there. So in the case where the car is a lot more stiffly set up, as we've seen for the AMG has been the case so far, compared to the softer setups we've seen here for Aston Martin, and by contrast as well, a softer setup for BMW. That's what's given them competitive edge in this race so far, in the case of the 98 of Nielsen. And looking on here with the leading BMW for Anthony Joseph earlier on. That stiffer setup is not doing Mercedes many favours, where it is giving them quite remarkable pace in wet conditions. We've seen that that's a bit of a two-edged sword, and we saw that spin around earlier on for Hudson Manuel Motorsports in the 888 for the run of things for Sebastiano. So far then, getting up towards the halfway mark of this race, they do look to be on for a potential run to back-to-back victories. Of course, one in the Red Bull Ring, lead this championship in a joint first after, I must say, very bizarre reintegration of the points. Now, looking again into those standings, we quickly pull away the timer just here to have a look once again back through. It's a very confusing time because, of course, we're integrating the results from the leading GT4. That was Nova Sports number 328 to put them head-to-head with the How to Train Your Driver team. Then a joint third behind them when you take a look for the amateurs and for Mango Racing. That was Grant Schweikert in the BMW down in GT4. He's since reintegrated to GT3, but is not on today's grid. So for the 888, they've got an easy road here in towards that podium position, heading into the third and penultimate round of this 4-round series. So then further down the line, of course, RTC in 7th, Roadblock in 8th, Kiss Army in 9th, and Adept Rigs in 10th. So things start to balance out there, but I think we are just integrating one, I think it's one or two of the GT4s into that top 10. Taking a look in here, this is with the amateurs. Whilst we've got a bit of an open gap here with not many fights presently ongoing, save for potential fight coming up down the line between Hamilton, Smith and McLean, as those gaps start to drop down, especially in the case of Hamilton versus Smith. We'll go and stay on board actually with the Mercedes here, hunting down through Sector 1. As we sort of take a bit of a diversion to have a chat about some of the more recent endeavours in the world of motorsports. I know, of course, quite significantly for our Australian crowd, they are about to see the first round of the 2026 Formula One World Championships at the Australian Grand Prix down in Albert Park. And I think it's a confusing time for Formula One. These new regulations, I think we've spoken plenty enough about it here on TRTM, but to reiterate the same kind of bullet points we have, I think what has me confused from a personal standpoint, this is me speaking as an individual, less so as a representative of TRTM, but it feels, I don't know how to say it without it sounding rude, but it feels with these new regs that it's gimmicky. It's innovation for the sake of innovation, not to actually make the racing any better, but just to introduce new ways to integrate almost what feels forced in terms of close racing. Yes, you can make the cars smaller and you can make them narrower and you can say that this promotes better racing, but what we're seeing actually on the testing for the track and in the free practice and now through qualifying are cars outright worse than the last two generations put together. We're seeing performance, especially in terms of engine clipping, where the drivers are dropping upwards of about 50 kilometers an hour on the run down through turn 9, 10, and 11 on this almost straightaway section of the track, one that they're taking in the two regulation formats before flat out. We're seeing some of the most extreme examples of engine clipping. These cars, they're slower, they're more unstable, and something feels somewhat artificial about the way that they operate. It's cool, don't get me wrong. The idea of active aerodynamics in Formula 1 has been a very controversial subject, one that has definitely been viewed with equal lens, but now that we actually see it in execution, is all of this necessary? You know, that's what I'm thinking from my own standpoint. And I do look forward to talking about that further in some of our projects we've got coming up, where we'll be talking a lot more in depth about the world of motorsports, getting really into the deep dives on stuff like that. But in the time that we have here, in these short periods of not a lot of action going on at the moment on track, we get these opportunities to just sort of speak about that. We're curious to know what the viewers in chat think about the current state of the new F1 regs, and whether or not they're necessarily the step in the right direction for the sport, or is it a case where it is a gimmicky innovation? It's innovation for the sake of innovation. We've seen sports innovate on ideas before, and while it seems like a downgrade at the time, they end up becoming much, much better examples. I'm not seeing the same building blocks of what we saw in some of the best regulation sweeps in other motorsports on the FIA banner, such as, take two examples here, the World Endurance Championships downgrade from LMP1 to WEC Hypercar to LMH, sorry, I should say an LMDH by contrast. And I'm not seeing that in the same way that we saw the downgrade from WRC Plus to Rally 1 in the World Rally Championships. In fact, you could even make the argument that was more of a side grade to introduce hybrid technology as almost a proof of concept. That's now since come away from the regulation format. But again, I'm not seeing the same building blocks of what we've seen from out of the 2025 regs, which I would say, even after the end of everything with the ground effect cars, it was still good. Like the 2025 regs, you look back at them, they were still incredibly competitive cars. They were able to outgun their predecessors, the 2021 cars, that had some of the best aerodynamics of any Formula 1 spec we've seen to this day. But you take a look at these 2026 cars and you see near enough none of that is left. And I don't see these cars getting to the point where they're as fast, especially with how dire the engines are. The removal of those hybrid components, or at least some of the hybrid components, is now making it to where the engine relies more on what's left of the hybrid. It's now less of what I believe was they were gunning originally for, more of a 70-30 or perhaps even a 60-40 split of the engine power doing the bulk of the work and then the hybrid helping alongside, providing more of that oomph under the right foot. Now it's 50-50. It begs the question, are they really concerned with it being Formula 1 anymore, or are we just effectively making an open wheel LMP with none of the benefits, I should point out, of LMP? That engine clipping, though, I saw the footage from Australia and it was very deeply concerning. Moreover, when you look at what's left of the hybrid technology, you want it to be 50-50, but then look in Bahrain. Not even halfway down the opening straight, those cars were running out of battery. It's very concerning to me, the direction that the sport seems to be going in. Because it's not the innovation or downgrade in performance that is going to give rise to a blossom in performance on the grid. I think mirroring some of the same points illustrated by Max Verstappen in his interviews about these new regs, I think there is the imminent threat of a development war coming. And with the cost cap in effect, all it's going to lead to is a lot of dirty play here from these manufacturers. We've seen it already, how they've been trying to dodge their way around the cost cap. And I see things getting a lot worse for the sport unless something changes here. I think it's not going to be completely out of the realm of possibility where halfway down through this engine and aero regs wave, we're possibly going to see some backpedaling from the FIA, much as what we saw in the World Rally Championship for Rally 1, where they got 2-3 seasons in with a hybrid platform, realized, look, the cars are too expensive, they're too dangerous to touch in some conditions. We've created somewhat of a chemical bomb out of strapping a huge lithium battery to a rally car, which is going to find its way into a tree. I think they saw that down the line. They saw the cars were too expensive to develop. Manufacturers were too scared to continue developing cars unless they had huge manufacturer support like we see with the big three at the moment. And they decided, well, for the sake of that and for the sake of the build up to WRC 27, we're just going to cut them out. In the meantime, just worth pointing out, we did have... Oh, hang on a tick here. This is for Catherine Lane. Trouble down through Sector 3. We saw the start of the issues out through Turn 10 on the map. We see down through Turns 11 and 12. That's more damage on the front, and that's led to quite a unstable car on the run through Hans Ernst. at turns 11 and 12. That could be an emergency pit lane run. You see, unable to keep the car within the lines there. That's violently snapping back there on lane. Try as she may, that car is fighting her a little too much, but somehow determined to stay out. So fair play to the 63. That car does not look happy. It's been trying to kick her off there through that third sector like an angry mule. It begs the question how they're going to stand to go toe-to-toe with their own car here on this grid for the rest of this stint. As that Mercedes, we've seen already, it's a handful on this grid. We've seen quite a few pronounced issues for Mercedes. They've had the pace, absolutely nothing to say that they haven't, but its stability, ironically for a car renowned for its stability, Zandvoort seems to be the straw breaking the camel's back because they have to have the car set up so stiffly compared to BMW, compared to Aston Martin, and I would say even by comparison there to, say, McLaren, for example, which is a surprising factor to consider when you think how unstable the mid-engine cars are often at tracks like these. I think another thing that I'd like to talk about as well with F1, since we no longer cover any F1 races here on TRTM, we don't really have much space to discuss it without it seeming a little bit jarring. Of course, we are covering GTs at the moment, and we're talking in the off time we have between major battles about Formula 1, but of course it is the epicenter of current thoughts and considerations in the motorsporting world. Of course, there's also the kickoff of the MotoGP season, but things are looking very, very interesting over on that quarter. Of course, also was the start of the supercars season for 2026 with the introduction of Toyota. That was quite a curious one indeed. We'll be speaking more about that in this season over the course of the next two races, as and when we get more information through. A little bit hard for us to feed in on information on the Supercars Championship since we have very little, if any, means to actually access it ourselves live, of course. But speaking just briefly back in on F1, of course, there is the... And we're going to tackle this situation a bit more sensitively just because we don't want to end up saying anything that could be misconstrued or anything like that. But of course, there is the current situation in the Middle East that has now led to what is very likely to be the cancellation of the 2026 Bahrain and Saudi Arabia Grand Prix. Now, so we've found through the grapevine, these are still unsubstantiated and yet unconfirmed rumours, that the FIA is not motioning to find suitable replacements to these events. Now, this is a strong heel turn from previous assumptions that we could be seeing the return of tracks like Imola and Portimao to take their place in the April slot of the 2026 calendar. It begs the question, with the opportunity to see these races back onto the calendar, even for a single year, with tracks that we know have the infrastructure to handle it, tracks that we know can afford to handle it, why suddenly now, with the opportunity right in their hands to make those calls, to see that April will actually see a Formula 1 race, is the FIA playing hesitantly now? I think we are quite carefully monitoring that situation. We've seen that WEC has already been forced to cancel, or at least delay, they've said. I think realistically it's going to end up being a cancel for the Qatar 1812. But with the very likely possibility, given the very, very sensitive situation inside the Middle East for both of those countries, for Bahrain and for Saudi Arabia, which a few years ago very nearly saw the Grand Prix cancelled due to a missile strike in a nearby oil refinery in the city of Jeddah. They still let the race go ahead. I don't see them doing that this time around. I really don't see them doing this time around. And that begs the question, why just leave April? Why leave that month alone where we'll get no action? We'll have 2 less rounds on the calendar. They already pushed this far to have, like, what, 24 races per season? Why suddenly now hesitate? When Portimao, Imola, I would even say you could have the opportunity, if you're really getting wishful about it, we could even have Hockenheim. We could have Hockenheim. And that's something I think the FIA knows that we could have had. But planning it, I think you can see it from both sides. Planning it from their point of view, trying to get 2 replacement Grand Prix at 2 now discontinued venues, as we see here, trouble for Brody Rollings. This is down, again, turn 11 and 12. And this is a broad difference to what we've seen in some previous incidents, because he finds himself actually having spun... Hang on, how has he ended up down there? I'm really curious to know how that's happened for him. Meanwhile, in the pits, Grant Scar in the 68. That is very confusing for Rawlings. He's ended up in the sand on the far end of turn... I'm still piecing that out in my head. On the far end of turn 11. Very minimal damages as well. Very confusing. Very, very confusing indeed. Meanwhile, we've seen that Wayne Gardner and the number 68 now taken their final pit stops. We'll actually come to see here for the 68. Has he swapped back into his teammates' point of view? So we see here for Roadblock Racing, Gardner's still behind the wheel. So he is, by the looks of things, they're double stinting. Oh, wait, no. Sorry, Wayne Gardner was in the car to start the race. Then it was Grant's car. Then it was Wayne Gardner. Okay, never mind. That's their final stint done, but with an hour and 27 minutes, have they bitten themselves on the backside here, knowing that stint timer is up at 70 minutes? Correct me if I'm wrong, we have 86 minutes left in this race. So they've got 16 minutes in and around, or 16 to 17 minutes at the end of this race where they have to come in again. So I imagine this had to have been reactionary from them. There had to have been an incident to have kicked off for them a little earlier on that's forced them into the pit lane. I don't think they would have, knowing the situation they're in, willingly made that decision themselves. Quickly seeing here for Jared Sebastiano is slowly but surely gaining ground on Nielsen, about 3.5 seconds between the pair. Meanwhile, catching back on board with Chase Hamilton, 1.3 seconds from Scott Smith. We can see now, as expected, Smith has started to pick up the pieces there and his pace is on the mend. You can see though that Hamilton, he is hunting him down. He is determined now for a top 5 in his debut race to this season. You see from Elbe Shinatori in chat, the first supercar race, and this is their quote, the first supercar race had more action than the last 3 F1 seasons combined. And of the limited time we've spent watching supercars, we try to catch the highlights as and when we can when they come through. I don't doubt that for a second. I saw that race start in the last race, and it is quite a lot. It is quite something. It is a fantastic championship. A pity then, I would say, that on at least the world stage we don't get to see more of it. It's in the same way that another sort of like regional interpretation of the stock/touring car format is Stock Car Pro Brazil. It's a real pity we can't see more of that internationally, at least live, I would say. I'd say there, when you go looking for them, the sort of regional interpretations of the touring car format are a real gem to behold. We see here more trouble for Catherine Lane. Back out on track, though. We'll stay on board with Hamilton, as it definitely looks to be the case. That fight for 5th is well underway now between himself and Scott Smith. For supercars, it has been an interesting one with the introduction of Toyota. Of course, this was an announcement that came through earlier last year in 2025 that they would be committing themselves to a development of a supercar for the 2026 season based off of the GR Supra. And I think it represents one of several big chapters for Toyota. They have seen in, I would say, the last 10 years, probably the biggest boom of any manufacturer on the motorsports scene. I mean, they have really no stone unturned for them. They are competing, just to name a few championships. Now, this doesn't surmise all of them, but just to name a few championships Toyota has some at least semi-direct involvement in development for. They compete in, just to name off the top of our heads, Stock Car Pro Brazil, the World Endurance Championship, the World Rally Raid Championship, the World Rally Championship, the British Touring Car Championship, Supercars, and now soon GT3. And that could be really anything at the moment. We also have the consideration Super GT. They also have technical involvement in the development for engines in, I believe, Super Formula. And they are now also technically in Formula 1 as technical advisors and sponsors of Haas. So that is a huge boom for the manufacturer. And I think it follows in line with Toyota's mindset where they don't enter a motorsports they're not convinced they can win in. I think it definitely lays an interesting precedent when you consider their endeavours in Formula 1, because this is quite uncharacteristic of Toyota. When they were last in the sport, they withdrew, A, due to the financial crisis of 2008, B, because they were no longer winning, or they were no longer in the position to be winning. They gave it a very good go of things. And actually, when you look into their 2010 project, before they withdrew, it was quite curious to see that their car, at least on paper, their technical developments for their 2010 concept car actually had it within about half a second, if I'm not mistaken, of the then championship winning later down the line Red Bull. So it was quite a curious sign that Toyota pulled out, usually because of assets out of their control. That financial crisis took a lot of teams out of competition across the world of motorsports. It's actually one of the... Ooh, hang on a second there, Hamilton. What on earth was going on there down through turn 11? We've seen this to be an area of quite a lot of attack, but also quite a lot of trouble for drivers here. We see for this move by Hamilton, so nearly a collision with Smith. Very late on the anchors there. He was really toying with the Mercedes. I think it had the BMW not be stuck up in front of him there, he would have been able to take that corner just fine. You see him duck out of the way on that move. But back on where we were saying, the financial crisis actually was one of the reasons Subaru no longer does rallying on the world stage. The 2008 Impreza was the last of its kind, mostly off of the fact that the financial crisis really badly hit Japanese manufacturers on the world stage. It's why Toyota didn't race in Formula 1 after 2009. It's the same reason why Subaru dropped out after 2008. You see more trouble up the road. It's for Jacob McLean, so yellow flags are out for these two. We see from Hamilton's point of view, white flags showing their slow car on track as the 73 re-emerges out through turn 7 through to turn 8. Now only 5 seconds away. The chance for both of these two to fight for 4th place has now presented itself bare here. With 20 minutes left to go of the second hour, about 30 minutes left to go on what is most of these drivers' second stint. Now, we spoke about Toyota's development as well, but Mercedes is on for an interesting track record, at least in the European theatre. Of course, they are developing a follow-up to the AMG GT platform, looking to retire this iteration that was recently updated 6 years ago, actually, in 2020 with the model you see here. This is the updated version of the AMG GT3. Using the same front ends that we've seen off of the AMG Black Series, a car that's most prominently been found as one of the safety cars in Formula 1 in the last couple of years. And they are looking to replace this car. Development started a little earlier last year. As we see there, side by side, now up into position goes Hamilton over Smith. Smith ran out wide. That was quite an easy breezy move there for the 48. Moreover, Mercedes have also... Now, this may not be directly off their own volition, but they have allowed for it to happen. They have now entered the British Touring Car Championships, courtesy of Plato Racing. The A35 is now being used for the 2026 grid. It's going to be very curious to see how that unfolds. A lot more manufacturers on the British Touring Car grid are moving over towards sedans. The hatchback is somewhat of a dying pedigree now with the new regulations. I also seem to distinctly remember that Mercedes at one point competed in the Supercars Championship. Now, I do not remember if that car was particularly any good. I think it was a Rebus that ran the E65. It was a car, you know, it was an interesting car at the very least. I'm told that it wasn't the greatest. Of course, this is the very limited understanding of supercars bleeding out of us here, as evidenced by the accent. Don't often get around on the Australian venues. It's going to be interesting, though, for Mercedes in their next development for GT3. Now, we're probably not going to see it here on ACC, as we know that ACC is no longer getting any more content updates. It's a pity. I would say it's a pity. It seems that in this time now, especially with withering interest in the console space for this game, Kunoz and 505 are sort of refocusing assets over to something a little bit more relevant to them over on PC with the development of AC Evo and also with AC Rally with their most recent updates, adding the La Boline Vesubie stages and the sister-on stages from the Rally Monte Carlo. It's also worth pointing out for any of the rally fans in chat, things could be getting very interesting in the next year, as the group that acquired the licensing rights for the World Rally Championship to develop games for the series off of Codemasters and EA, that being Nacon, just filed for insolvency in the last couple of weeks here. So now the status of the set to be released in 2027 new WRC game remains completely up in the air. Now, a lot of speculation has it pointed in one of two directions. Either it gets reacquired by Codemasters, or it gets acquired by Kunoz. That's your two major benefactors in this recent insolvency by Nacon. Because there's really only two developers with a proven interest in the rallying genre now. Kunoz with Assetto Corsa Rally, which is quickly becoming one of the most popular games in the space. Some often giving it the comparison to the rally sim fans' interpretation of Richard Burns Rally, which has been, to many, the gold standard of rallying sim games. Very difficult to acquire, though, in my experience. And also then, of course, you have the Codemasters side of things with Dirt Rally 2.0, which has been a cult classic game for rallying fans, and then obviously their follow-up with EA WRC, which, even in spite of dwindling sales numbers, was still appreciated for what it brought to the table for fans of the genre. It's one of two directions, and I think it's a win-win, really, for World Rally Championship fans if it gets acquired by either of those. Now, there is still possibly that chance of a third party stepping in the way. I think I could think of a few studios that would be more than happy to get their hands on the IP. Saber Interactive would be one that comes up to mind. They did, of course, work on the World Rally Raid Championships with the Dakar Desert Rally games. I would not be particularly surprised if they motioned to try and acquire the licensing rights to WRC, but this is definitely going to be a much more expensive ordeal for any of these groups. So that's, again, why I still put in the hat in the ring there that could be Codemasters. They are really, in that topic, one of the only groups, of course, with the backing of EA, with the money necessary to acquire it. And considering that assets are being not necessarily stripped away, but somewhat dulled down for development on the Formula 1 games, this reacquisition of the WRC license could be what they need to bring sales back in for Codemasters and for their parent company, Electronic Arts. But that's just us spitballing ideas here. Taking a look then, after 3/4 of an hour into that second stint, after a bit of a chin wag about the state of sim racing and the state of motorsports as it stands right now, with the future coming up for Toyota and Mercedes, let's take a look at the standings so far today in round 2 of the Southern Summer Endurance Series here in Zandvoort. Jacob Nielsen leads the charge then with How to Train Your Driver. Jared Sebastiano taking charge then with the Manuel Woodward Motorsports 888. 2.4 seconds off. You can see the physical gap between the pair as they make their way down through turn 3 here. Hugenholz up towards turn 4 to Hunsrug. And then Brody Rawlings third with the fastest lap. Jacob McLean in 4th with Chase Hamilton in 5th, having got up recently ahead of Scott Smith in 6th, Richard Claffey in 7th, Andrew Walker in 8th. You see here, Daniel Murray 9th, Wayne Gardner in 10th, Catherine Lane in 11th. Same section of the track that she struggled at before. Stability over the rear axle of that AMG has been a real point there to be had for the 63. The back end, it looks almost to be the case where it's got like a considerable amount of rebound on it. The bounce that they experience up through that section there is what's ultimately leading to a lot of their stability crises. And that's not just for the 63. That seems to be a bit of a universal trait for Mercedes. They've had to play a lot more hesitantly around the curbs, as you see here. For Sebastiano, only tucking in on the curb that he has to dip down into, as opposed to the one that he has to ramp up and around, like the first one there at turn 11, where other manufacturers can dare to make that risk. Mercedes have to play things hesitantly because they know the rear end is a little too tightly wound up for them to take that kind of punishment compared to BMW, compared to Ford, and even, I would say, compared to Aston Martin, another front-engine manufacturer on the field. True Oz Gamer giving us some, actually quite, I'd say this is quite meaningful insight, because this does reveal a bit of an interesting tidbit about the AMG. It's counterintuitive to set up compared to other cars. So a lot of teams and a lot of drivers will hop into the Mercedes expecting it to be like an Aston Martin, like a BMW, even like, say, for example, like a Ford or like a Bentley, but the AMG is not that kind of car. That's what leads to these setup imbalances. They have managed to get the golden ratio, and you can see it in the confidence that he and that both Sebastiano, and by that metric as well, for Bailey Baxter, have in that Triple Eight. But even they have to, you know, concede to the limitations of the vehicle. They've got it set up wonderfully, but you can see that they're avoiding getting too high up over those curbs. It's actually definitely worth pointing out here for AMG, getting back on board with the 888, now on the onboards, taking a look down through here. You can see they almost skim that first curb. They don't want to take too much of it with them. And this is more insight. It wants full stiff bars and rear springs for the aero platform to be stable. It's all about the Merc's aero stability. And you can see with that monstrous rear wing, and you can see that's not much a surprise from where they're talking about. That might very well be one of the largest rear wings on this grid. It is an absolute monster there. In that last lap, 2/10 faster for Sebastiano, so there is a positive trend to be had in the gap between himself and Jakob Nielsen in the 98 up in front. You can see, again, the gap now from his point of view down through turns 2 and 3. They're really not too far away from one another as it stands here in the trailing end of the second stint of round 2. That is actually probably some of the most meaningful insight I think we've had from drivers in recent weeks, I'd say, about what it's like for them to set these cars up, because that's always something we try to consider here on TRT, and we love the technical aspect of these machines, what makes the car tick just as much as what makes the driver tick. We like looking at both sides of it, the mechanical and the psychological, when studying these driver and team combos. But that, I think, is definitely quite interesting to know about the AMG, is that you can't treat an AMG like you can treat the rest of the front engine cars. Funnily enough, they have to ramp up preload on the differential. Now, normally what preload does is that it keeps the differential from being fully open. They normally do this on cars to help with mid-corner rotation. It keeps the rear diff from opening up and making the car a little sluggish to get going once again. It helps the car poke in through the corners. In mid and actually in mid and rear engine cars, this I believe gets toned back just a little bit to keep the back end from swinging, but for the front engine cars, they need it to keep themselves with a competitive advantage. They've got a lot of weight over the nose. They run the risk of understeer a lot more mid-corner than their mid and rear engine counterparts. Ironically then, this is from information given to us by one of the drivers of the 888. I assume it to be Bailey Baxter by nature of the fact that I don't think Jared Sebastiano would be texting and driving at this time. And he said, and funnily enough, the preload actually stabilizes the braking on entry rather than increasing the mid-corner rotation. So a lot of what makes the Mercedes tick is almost alien by contrast to, say, what makes the BMW up in front tick or the McLaren out behind them tick. So perhaps that maybe gives us then further evidence as to why the Mercedes, at least in the last couple of months, has been a fleeting choice on the sort of the big stage for a lot of major championships. Mercedes has had a minimal, if non-existent, presence. And it's for the simple reason that getting this car to operate on the same level as BMW, on the same level as Ford, and the same level as Aston Martin or what have you, any of the other front engine cars at the front end of GT3, Bentley included as well, is a completely opposite line of thinking to how it would take to get any of the others to operate in the way that they do. What these drivers end up having to do is effectively work around and shape the entire handling portfolio of the car around its aerodynamics. So in that sense, this car finds itself actually a lot closer to behaving like an LMP, like a lower spec LMP, like an LMP3 and LMP2. They're very aero dependent. As we see into the pits goes Jakob Nielsen. Sebastiano then takes the lead of this race. Under strategy, we've seen earlier pit stops to be the going motive for the 98. They did that in the first stint into the second. Now they're doing it from the second into the third in line with their current stint timer. So this is going to present itself a unique challenge then for Nielsen. evidently looking to do the same thing they did in the exit of the first stint into the second, where they're trying to get the undercut on the AMG, knowing that this will be the last opportunity they get to do so and be ahead of the AMG. And then, oh, no, never mind. They were ahead already. Sorry, I'm being stupid. They're trying to get the overcut on the AMG then. They're trying to wait for the AMG to come back in, and they'll have them there. Ooh, that looked like a bit of stability trouble. Anthony Joseph back in on the 98. So yeah, sorry, disregard what we were just saying there. Would be an incredibly stupid. I mean, no. Hang on a second. No, it is an undercut because Sebastiano has to come back in. That's when Joseph will get up and ahead of him and back into the lead and stay there, perhaps even by a longer margin. Yes, so I'm not insane. I'm just incredibly tired. Yeah, it's well, it's interesting for us today then. Speaking from a personal point of view, we're back up again. We're up since 7 this morning. Getting ready for this live stream. And I think this is almost a recurring trend now with AXRL broadcasts, where we're almost in a delirious state towards the end of these races because we don't normally wake up into action like this. We'll wait to see what the going rates are. Sebastiano stays out on that last lap. For Rawlings, that's the same story. The 328 stays out. We do see here close fighting at hand. This is for Andrew Walker and Adept Rigs Racing Aston Martin. Currently defending away a tenure of 8th place up in front. Could be a future fight for 7th with Richard Claffey and RTC Racing up in 7th place in the 93 Porsche. We do find ourselves actually rather blessed here in the end of the second stint to be within a chance here of a 3-car split for a position. That last sector, though, able to open up the taps over Murray, and that's even further confounded when you consider that Murray is now into the pit lane, leaving Claffey and Walker by their lonesome, potentially to inherit a fight for 7th as they get closer to one another. We'll catch on with them a little later on. See here, this is Scott Smith. Now the 31, I think, ran all the way to the very end of its stint timer the last time around, so that looks to be the same story coming into this one. We see if Sebastiano stays out, and then looking to catch on here with Brody Rawlings. You got to hand it to Novasport. They've really hit the ground running after the change from GT4 up to GT3. With Novasport, we know that they like to plan these seasons out quite well in advance so that they've got the best running chance per round. So I imagine seeing that shift away from GT4, knowing that we're going from a front-engine Chevrolet to a mid-engine McLaren, came as, at least briefly, a culture shock. Of course, we've seen Brody Rawlings before in GT3, and the same story therein implies for his teammate Angus Dunk. We've seen the pair of them before in GT3 before here on AXRL, so this is not unfamiliar grounds they tread upon, but it's, I'm sure, at least a bit jarring for them to have that jet lag of jumping between GT4 to GT3 and having to keep the ball rolling there. They're still on for a podium, so as far as things stand right now, they'll still be up in those leading positions of the championship heading to Imola in round 3. But in terms of holding that ground over Hudson Manuel Motorsports, they'll be shifting up to the podium. With very little doubts in my mind there, they're going to be shifting up to the podium. The points margin between that top 5 still razor thin, hailing away from that first round of the championship. That Triple Eight is going to see some considerable shove heading to Italy in round 3. We quickly see here. McLean stays out, so too does Hamilton, so too does Smith. Those three getting closer and closer to one another. It is worth pointing that out, that we now find ourselves in the midst of yet another potential 3-car split for position on track. Just quickly getting a look in here with another fight. This is between the Roadblock Racing BMW and the Out of Their Minds number 8. This is Daniel Murray and Wayne Gardner going head-to-head down towards Hans Ernst. So this is currently in the fight for 9th place down through turn 11 and turn 12. Wayne Gardner then filling in for that of just taking a look here. That was filling in for, if I'm not mistaken, Jason Leatherby in round 1, but we see trouble there out between turn 13 and 14. Let's get a look on the replays to see precisely what happened just upon the exit. It looked to be the case. Did he just hold... no, yes, that's what it was there. A little skip then into the gravel. And that's ultimately what gave rise to that change in position for Murray. Now up in a 9th place. Gardner down a 10th. We see that the Triple Eight in the time since has come in and now back out. Bailey Baxter behind the wheel for the last stint of today's race in the Triple Eight. Emerges behind Joseph. So that was the running rate here for that number 98. They were gunning to be up and ahead. And now, with a 10-second lead, chances are absolutely there for consecutive victories for these two. Now, of course, brandishing the colours of the Rover BMW. Still a great colour scheme. Maybe that's because I'm a little bit biased towards the colour yellow. So waiting to see what is the current going rates then for the newly found race leader. This is Brodie Rollings and Angus Dunk with Nova Sport. Now, they're liable to come into the pits between now and the next 5 to 10 minutes. So you see for the 328, they're going to stay out onto lap 71 of racing here in Zandvoort. As we close in slowly but surely to that last hour of racing. We'll stay on board here with a few of the other drivers out on track. Just quickly getting a look in with some more potential fights to be had. Now, among them, I would say to keep a close eye on Smith v Hamilton. It's definitely also worth noting, though, Walker v Claffey. We'll stay on board with Walker and Claffey. We'll be back to you in just a moment's time. You see, looks to be further troubles up in front there for Claffey, now dropping dramatic wads of time to the number 942 Aston Martin. We're now firmly in the basis for a fight of 7th. Could this be, though, the telltale signs that either of these two parties are about to see their way into the pits? Recently in was Chase Hamilton, now on his way out with Mercedes. So you see here, though, for Claffey and Walker, where does this stand to go? Aston holding off and now diving to the pit lane, so bringing an end to that fight for 7th. Adept Riggs brings in the 942. Great stint then by Walker, likely to hand over then to his teammate Fisher Paykel for the last stint of racing here in Zandvoort. We see Wayne Gardner intercepted by Anthony Joseph. Brodie Rollings, still no sign that Nova Sport has brought the car into the pit lane, still due one more pit stop. Now recently in as well, we see number 73, Jacob McLean, has had quite a remarkable little race here by his lonesome. A single driver entry for Macca Motorsports, number 73, still well within his chances of 4th, and I would even say at the very least a top 5. Brodie Rollings, he's staying out, still holding on to this one. No current indication that he's flagging at all. Really under that basis, he's got about 8 or so minutes here if he is really going to tow this one all the way to the line. You see for Fisher Paykel, Now back behind the wheel. Handed over from Walker. We see much as the same story applied there for the 63. We saw the first drop off of the jacks. Now we see the second. Watching from the onboard here, the 942, the Adept rigs somehow not engaging gear. Up in front of them, we see there for Jacob McLean. He's off of the jacks and immediately away. So much as the same story we saw for the 63 on the handover between Tim Alexander Blige and Catherine Lane. We've seen from the passover between Andrew Walker and Fisher Paykel. Something is awry. The 942, whether or not this is perhaps something that we don't see, if this is something that's going on in the pit lane, and they've just got an extended pit stop trying to adjust for maybe, I don't know, say, for example, more fuel in the car, and they've been running things very lean throughout the race and just need a little bit more time to refuel. We see, though, now as the engine appears to be still off at this time, struggling to get the car back into gear. What is going on there for Aston Martin? They dropped down to, by the looks of it there, 11th. In behind Lane in the 63. The 942 is caught in a very tough spot here. What has gone on for Adept Rigs? Evidently, something is not connecting in there with the Aston. It can't get going. Well, we'll have more information to update you with as and when it appears to us. At the moment, we see here McLean v Hamilton, and this is going to be a rather exciting one, catching on with these two. This is the fight of 5th place. Jacob McLean has been on top form throughout today's race. He's really been able to give great challenge to the field, and now looks to take the fight to the newcomer with In Style Racing. That being Chase Hamilton in the 48 up in front. Up on the exit then of turn 14, a little bit sluggish on the exit there for the Ford, the Mercedes. Again, much as we heard there in our conversations with our viewers in the Twitch chat, as we now see the Aston emerging, but in a really tough spot there for the pair of them out through Tarzan. Trying to work his way around. Oh, turned around there into the wall. Went Hamilton, turned around by Paykel. Are we to believe the following? Was that bit of desync there? It looked very close, but didn't look close enough for contact. This was from the point of view of Jacob McLean. Now finds himself up in 5th place. Was it contact? That's a bit of a confusing one there, but into the wall went Chase Hamilton after what appeared to be a collision with Fisher Paykel. Well, for McLean, that's up to 5th. Hamilton down to 7th behind Claffey. That'll soon be 6th place when Claffey comes into the pits. 5 minutes then before the end of that official second stint. That's the maximum end of it. So we could still see between now and then coming into the pits would be Brodie Rawlings. But as it appears, Novasport looking to min-max here, going for the longest available tenure of that 70-minute stint. Is it a case where Rawlings is trying to play the strategy out to its very last, or is he sort of prolonging the inevitable here? And that's going to be the procession up to the lead of this race. Still leading by over 10.5 seconds is Anthony Joseph and the How to Train Your Driver team. He, alongside his teammate Jacob Nielsen, have dominated once again. Cunning strategy then. They've been able to go toe-to-toe on quite a few occasions here. And so it appears as we enter that final stint, they are slowly seeing that red carpet roll out for a consecutive victory, 2 back-to-back possibly by the end of today. We got to catch back on board with that McLaren. We are still curious to know, as this is coming up on to be the last couple of laps before we expect to see the 328 in. We can see in the time since his performance is starting to get a little bit weary here. Those tyres are definitely blistering now on that McLaren. You can see the hesitation in that 3rd sector. He's going to stay out. So by looks of it, it will be this forthcoming lap here, number 76, where in which we see him into the pit lane. Unless he is really feeling extravagant and he'll go the extra mile, but we'll wait to see.
Just quickly seeing here then the aftermath of the damages from that incident earlier on for Chase Hamilton. Now, he'll soon be back up to 6th place, but he'll be nursing that front-end damage for the rest of this race today. 52 minutes left to go. We quickly see here with Brodie Rawlings, is this to be one more lap out? No, there we go. We see the 328 at long last into the pits. Has tried his hardest there. Has done more than enough on this stint, but I believe still by 23 seconds he is vulnerable to being overtaken by the number 98 that as of right now just exited the Hans Ernst box. So taking a look back in with Hamilton just before we see the 98 up to the lead of this race, just to take a look back through what incident gave rise to that considerable wad of damage. This was in his fight with Jacob McLean. Rejoining the track there, that's the Aston Martin of Fisher Paykel and Adept Riggs. They had a longer stay in the pits than they liked, and as they exit turn 1, washed out to the left-hand side of the road, tapped the back end of the Mercedes and put them in at the wall. Taking a look then around the field, as we see... or try to go and find at least Anthony Joseph alongside Jacob Nielsen, now into the lead of this race. So as they lead here in Zandvoort, onto the final stop then, with Bailey Baxter and Jared Sebastiano with Hudson Manuel not Hudson Manuel, Hudson... Hang on, am I just completely losing it? Manuel Woodward Motorsports. What's it? Hudson Manuel Motorsports. Where have I come up with that then? I think it's because Hudson Manuel is part of that team. But no, Manuel Woodward Motorsports in second. Jesus, this is... I would say it's a long day. I've been, awake for 4 hours. So, no, it's really not a long day. But it will be. It will be. We've got 2 more races after this one. An endurance race at the Nürburgring and then a 4-hour race in Suzuka. I will be borderline comatose by the end of today, by the way it stands, so it's going to be an interesting day for us. May as well start things off on that high note. Oh, goodness. So as we see then, just under 50 minutes left to go. The last pieces of the puzzle then soon to fall into play. Among them is Scott Smith. We also see for Richard Claffey and Catherine Lane, the 3 drivers left to go into the pits. We do see here for Lane, there doesn't appear to be damages anymore on that 63. It was a bit of a confusing one. We did see damages on it earlier, and now they seem to have, I don't know, either despawned or fixed themselves. As it stands though right now, just 49 minutes left to go here in round 2 of the AXRL Southern Summer Endurance Series, and Anthony Joseph leads the charge here with Jacob Nielsen, his teammate at the How to Train Your Driver team. That's part of the OTM family. They're up and ahead of Manuel Woodward Motorsports' Bailey Baxter and Jared Sebastiano in second. Brodie Rawlings and Angus Dunk in third. So it appears, though, I just want to point this one out. Rawlings has done this one in his entirety by himself. Now, it's worth pointing out, I'm just quickly update my notes here. Yes. So in the case of the 328, things are looking a little bit spotty for them. Regulations stipulate in multi-driver races that you have to field every single driver at least once. Otherwise, you pick up a penalty towards the end of this race. Now, I don't know what the situation is right now at Nova Sport, whether or not something has withheld Angus Dunk from competing today, and whether or not race control is going to feel liable to remove any penalties given to them. But as it stands, off of that logic alone, the 328 is getting a sizable penalty at the end of this race because they have not fielded Angus Dunk. More on that, though, when we get to the checkered flag 48 minutes from now. At the moment, then, we see here for the amateurs, Scott Smith and Isaac Paranihi, 4th place, still with 1 more pit stop to serve. That could give rise, then, to 4th place for Jacob McLean with Macca's Motorsport, having served his last pit stop and is clear for the checkered flag. He's had a remarkable performance with Ford so far today. Richard Claffey with RTC in 6th place, ahead of Chase Hamilton in 7th with In Style Racing. It's been a bit of a spotty start then to his time here in AXRL, at least in this series. We saw great promise through free practice and then later in qualifying. Now he fights it with Claffey for 6th. Now he will at least see 6th by the end of this race. Chasing Claffey then down the opening straight. Further down the line then, Daniel Murray in 8th, Wayne Gardner 9th, Catherine Lane in 10th, and Fisher Paykel in 11th. see on board here with Richard Claffey's point of view. Presently then defending off 6th place away from Hamilton. Hamilton looking up the inside. Claffey not giving him any space for it. Good area denial here on the exit of turn 3 up through turn 4 and 5. Looking over the rear view of that Porsche, you can see just how close, in spite of his front aero damages, that Hamilton is capable of staying with the Porsche. Down through turn 7 we go. Into turn 8 now, down through Masters Box. In towards turn 9. You can see the Mercedes very eager to plant itself up the inside here. We see for Claffey, moves up to the inside down at turn 10, but then backs off, so just lets Hamilton on through. Knows that he's not really within much of position to fight with the Mercedes, knowing full well that he still has to come into the pits fairly soon. He's just going to revel in the time he has to be alongside another driver in this race, as on a grid of what started as 12 cars is now down to 11. It does get rather lonely for some of these drivers on this grid today. So that fight for 6th effectively over for Claffey at this time. He makes his way out through turn 13, now to turn 14. As we see there, could it be into the pit lane this time from the 93? He stays out. So a confusing sentiment there, why he would let the Mercedes through if he knew... Well, I really would have only done that in his position. I would have done that if I was coming into the pits on the same lap. Maybe he's just a fan of chasing. Speaking of chasing, this is Chase Hamilton on his way out through turn 3. 0.3 of a second behind him, Richard Claffey. We were just watching from his point of view a moment ago. 3/4 of an hour left to go then in round 2. Things still with a few more puzzle pieces left to fit. Among them, we saw was Claffey, but also Catherine Lane. And on this screen at the moment here, we see Scott Smith and Isaac Paranihi with the amateurs in the BMW. See then into the pits goes Claffey. Also in was Wayne Gardner, down in 9th place with BMW. Let's just take a look in here. We see with the 68, 43 minutes left to go into the pit lane. So not a great deal left to discuss on the grid, with only a few more drivers expected to the pit lane. Currently no fights appear to be going on at this time on the grid. A lot of drivers just settling in now for the long haul. 42 minutes to the line here in Zandvoort. You see with Brody Rollings, Nova Sport on for a podium here on what is technically their first GT3 race in the 328 in this season. leave you on board with the race leaders. We'll be back to you in just a moment. As we see in the pits at the moment, serving the last of their pit stops now, catching on board with the amateurs. They drop in behind McLean as it stands. And just up and ahead of Hamilton. Paranihi back behind the wheel then. To the amateurs, in spite of everything, still gunning for a chance of the top 5. They had a very vivid start to the race, if memory serves correct. We saw was a great getaway from these two to get up and immediately into the fight with the 98. Taking a look around here, McLean into that top 5 proper, now 4th place in this race. I mean, you've got to hand it to him here. A single driver operation, and he's been able to do so much damage on this grid here to the multi-driver teams by himself. Full 3 hours by himself. That is quite impressive stuff. Bear in mind, started quite a considerable ways down the order, so to find himself up into that top 5 proper, going toe-to-toe with BMW and Mercedes, that is quite something special. Also in the pits now, it's Catherine Lane in the 63. We'll question though, in this case we know damage repairs are an absolute must for this car. There'll also of course be the consideration of more fuel and tyres. Would there be the case where Lane is going to try to double stint here, or is it going to be a hand back over towards her teammate Tim Alexander Bleich? We'll come to wait for an answer on that one. We see for Chase Hamilton, he's going to have to nurse that damage for the remainder of this race. 37.5 minutes with that broken front end, and he's had a little longer to spend with that. As you see here, the number 63 is back out. And as it appears there, yes, Lane will be double stinting for AMG. So, oh, it's a bit of a rough start, though, for Catherine Lane. Fortunately there, by the looks of it, it's kept from the wall. Yellow flags are out. We see Claffey having to work his way around here. This is a bit of a tough one. On cold tyres as well, come out through turn 2, then the turn 3. And this is a hard spot to try and get your car turned around, because not only are you on a banked surface, you're also on a surface with very little available grip, trying to claw into the dirt with slick tyres. Fortunately, back out on track there through Hunsrug. Oh my goodness. It is, yeah, a bit of a rocky start here. And that was at least part of the issue I was talking about way earlier on in this stream. When we were talking about this run down through turn 5, but I wasn't expecting it on that curve to the left. Normally it's one over on the right there where it dips down into that flat area of the track, which connects to another alternative layout. I was not expecting there up over the left to be where troubles arose. So with 34 minutes left to go then, you see here with the race leaders, Anthony Joseph behind the wheel. Taking one last look of things then as we drop in closer to the last half hour of racing. Joseph leads with Baxter second, Rollings third with McLean fourth, Paranihi in fifth with Hamilton sixth, Murray seventh, Claffey eighth, Scar ninth, Pakel in 10th and Lane in 11th. Sort of scouring the grid here to see where the nearest fights could be coming from. We do find ourselves remarkably empty-handed as things do split out. We see for Richard Claffey, oh, that's a hit with the wall, mirroring some of the same issues found by Catherine Lane on her outlap not too long ago. Claffey finds his way to the wall down at the Hugenholtz box, up through Hunsrück, now through turns 4 and 5. Behind him, Fisher Paykel with Aston Martin, Adeptrix Racing. That run out through turn 2, if we're trying to get a look on board of the driver here, we're trying to go catch on with the 98 team just quickly. We see here, this is just getting a scope of that run through turn 2. Now, it's very easy to understeer because you see it from here, it doesn't look that sharp of a corner, but it does require a modest amount of braking. But if you run wide out through there, you hit the grass, you're still carrying a lot of that momentum out through that corner. You effectively just skate across it, such as we saw there for Claffey and Lane. You skate across that area and you've just got no grip to play with. It's very easy to sort of underestimate the gradient of that corner. We see here from McLean, you can see just how close the drivers tow it to the line there on the left-hand side. See here for Brodie Rollings, navigating out past Jacob McLean. Now, it goes to show how far ahead the top 3 is from the rest of the field there, where he's lapping the car in 4th place. So these 3 teams up at the forefront of it, and what they effectively stand to represent, of course, How to Train Your Driver is an offshoot of the OTM family, the Out of Their Minds or / On Throttle Motorsports family. of teams on the AXRL grid. And then, of course, in second, you've got Manuel Woodward Motorsports, one of the newer teams on the block, but still taking competition on AXRL by storm. And then in third place, you have a team that we're very familiar with here on TRTN, and any long-time viewers of our previous broadcast with AXRL will know them quite distinctly as well. It's Nova Sport in third place. So three of the, I would say, is going to be AXRL's big three, if you can make that point, are on those podium positions, and they currently find themselves just a country mile up from the rest of the field. You see behind him is Jacob McLean, but not for position on track. This is by a lap down as it stands there. Now, what I find is quite curious as well, of course, we've been covering events with AXRL on and off since we became TRTN, since we moved away from the TRR era and started operating as TRTN. Our first broadcasts as this channel was, if I'm not mistaken, the Southern Endurance series. So it's the precursor to this series here. And in that time, apparently he and Scott Smith, and I believe they were also joined by Craig Sutter at the time, formed under the basis of the, and I'm saying this as a direct quote from SimGrid, the Renee Gracie racing team. Now, this is what's left of those said assets, is the amateurs in the number 31, two of the same drivers of that original lineup of which we spoke with in the trailing end of the Southern Endurance series. They were part of that 4-team lineup fighting for the championship. The only privateers among them, I should point out, as it was MSA and Schwitzer Motorsports that were fighting for the title in that series. They were the only privateer unit you can make the argument of, because they were operating effectively as what you see is what you get. They didn't have a larger backing behind them of any one specifically named team, like was the case for MSA and Schwitzer. So it's what put them in a very unique position historically. Now we see that even still after what was, I believe, now 2 years ago, they're still here on AXRL, still fighting all the way through. Having a look then around the field. It's worth pointing out, in the time we were watching with the amateurs number 31, they are slowly but surely chipping away at a time up and ahead of them with the 73 of Jacob McLean. So there is the potential, fingers crossed here, of a fight before the end of this race. As things have been definitely a little bit quieter on the run in towards that third stint. That gap currently resides at about 3 seconds, just having briefly dropped under. Now 2.8 seconds between McLean and Paranihi. You can physically see the gap there between the pair, sharing the same stretch of tarmac down the opening straight. See it from McLean's point of view. He was chipping up into the low 38s, Paranihi behind the high 37s, so there is a definite sign of good pace here from the BMW. We'll stay on board with these two in the upcoming then fight for fourth now on the exit of turn 3. Also worth pointing out, close to each other but not for a fight of position are the two AMGs of Lane and Hamilton. So seeing here as it drops into a second and a half, definite signs then we are about to see the fight for fourth place play out between the 31 and the 73. Ford versus BMW then in the closing 26 minutes of racing here in Zandvoort. We're on board with the attacking car then, the number 31 Amateurs BMW of Paranihi and Smith, hunting down the single-man act of Macca Motorsports as number 73 of Jacob McLean. Firmly now into that fight for fourth. Slowly but surely hunting him down. Now we can see these two cars, at least on paper, quite evenly matched in terms of poke through the corners. The Mustang has proven to be a very, very competitive platform since its introduction to the game in the last couple of years. Same story was that for the BMW. These two monoliths of GT3's current meta look to go head-to-head here. What is one of the closing fights, if not the closing fight, of the race today. Now slingshotting himself on the exit of Arie Luijendijk all the way over to the left-hand side to try and avoid clipping the rear left quarter of the Mustang. See though, just in the straightaway here, even though these two are some of the fastest in GT3, the Mustang just beats out the BMW there by probably just a single or maybe 2, maybe 3 miles an hour more in the very top end of it. Looking for the inside, but then finds his way skating across the grass. Very similar incident to what we've seen in the last few laps here for a few different teams. Now befalls the Amateurs, and that resets a lot of that progress in the fight for fourth. I don't believe, though, this is the end for them. I think this just the heat got a little bit too much there. If you can't handle the heat, stay out of the kitchen. So was the case with the 31. Had to back off there after that incident. We'll pick things back up, though, with these two a little further down the line. In terms of that podium, I've got to say it's lonely at the top for these three. We see here for Bailey Baxter behind the wheel of the 888. This is with Manuel Woodward Motorsports. You've got the 98 out in front. That's Anthony Joseph. He's up the road by, I think the scope of it was about 14 seconds there, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, 14.2. And then Brody Rawlings behind him with Novasport by 10.7. So double figures either side of it. Not a great deal either of these three can do to get closer to each other besides, I don't know, crash, for example. That would be one way. But I don't really see any of them doing that, all things considered. 23 minutes left to go here in Zandvoort. And on the closing end of what has been definitely a bizarre pickup point for this championship with the disbandment of GT4 and its swift reintegration to the field in form of these newer GT3s. On a smaller than expected grid, they've still given us some solid racing throughout. Spare for the sort of drier period we had in the middle. Now we see things pick back up. McLean and Paranihi having both struggled through Sector 1 in the last couple of laps. It could prove to be a fracture point in their battle later down the line here as they look to pick things back up from whence they left off. Now we've been watching from the BMW's point of view, but let's go and get a look from the defending angle here with Macca's Motorsport. Number 73, this is Jacob McLean behind the wheel, now defending in that fight for fourth. Down through Hans Ernst, a very easy section of the track to mess up, has shown plenty of times throughout today. Various different ways, neither of these two find much issue. Down through turns 11 and 12, now through turn 13, Kumo Bocht into turn 14 at Arie Luijendijk. In that last lap, the difference by just over 0.4 of a second in favour of Paranihi. So the BMW has the pace, but it's a case now of putting pen to paper, actually getting this done in terms of the move for fourth. Theory will only take you so far. And the data, well, yes, it is convincing to show that BMW has the chances to overtake fourth. They've actually got to go out there and do it now. So is it a case where that's much easier said than done? We drop in onto the last 20 minutes of racing here in what has been nearly 3 hours of competition here at round 2 of the championship. So whilst this battle goes on, looking quickly forward to the road ahead. Later on today, we have the penultimate round of Season 3 of the HCCL Multi-Class Championship coming up around the corner. Looking at it from whence we wrap up, that is going to be in about 2 hours. And we go live with them for round 7 at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. We go to the Green Hell then for the penultimate round of the championship, on for the last 90-minute enduro of the season. Things could be going down to the wire across both GT3 and GT4. Do look forward to that one. Tune in at around 2 o'clock Greenwich Mean Time here on TRTN. And then later on in the evening, of course, 6 o'clock Greenwich Mean Time in the evening, we have the penultimate round of the NLRL Console Endurance Series Season 2, where things could definitely be wrapped up in a nice neat bow for the XCL team, coming into the second from last round of the championship before we head to Indianapolis in about 2 weeks' time. And number 31, though, looking to loop things up and around the inside. Switchback in progress, and then makes it up and around turn 2 in an area that's been quite tricky for the pair of them. That is somehow where we find the move be made. Now, I did say this could represent a fracture point in their fight for fourth, and that it was. On the run now, up through turn 4, into turn 5, out through Hunsrück, in towards turn 6, into turn 7. You see Paranihi has took the baton and absolutely ran with it, because now he's opened up half a second over McLean, while the Mustang is going to hold on. How much longer can he hope to hold on for? 19 minutes left to go then here in Zandvoort. Running out wide through turn 9. Could that be the straw that breaks the camel's back here for Ford? Nonetheless, we'll still see a chance of the top 5, but that chance of fourth starting to fizzle away. Now up a second is Paranihi, and that looks to bring at least a partial end to that fight of fourth place between the pair. It's worth pointing out, in the time we've since seen them, Baxter has now dropped 2 seconds away from Rawlings. So Rawlings is gaining. Now with 18.5 minutes left to go, if he keeps on a trend like this, could it be within a chance to see Nova Sport and Manuel Woodward Motorsports go head to head? We certainly hope so. We certainly hope so. It will give us some real theatrics towards the end of this race. We yet to see a fight go down to the wire here in Zandvoort. It's going to be curious to see how this one changes things. Rawlings, he's settled into a very nice pattern. Of course, still holds the fastest lap of this race, 1:36.513. But again, the consequences coming Nova Sport's way could be severe. Now, as regulation stipulates, and this is across the board for all multi-driver championships, you have to field every driver at least once, lest you face penalties at the checkered flag. Now, we know that Brodie Rawlings entered as part of a 2-driver ensemble in the 328 McLaren. Alongside him was supposed to be the driver he shared the Chevrolet with at the Red Bull Ring. That would be Angus Dunk. Now, we've yet to see Dunk. We've seen Rawlings, we've seen plenty of Rawlings over the course of this race, but we have not seen any Dunk. And that is what leaves a bit of concern for the 328. Well, yes, they are gaining ground on the AAA up in front. That position could very well be for nothing, because if they receive a penalty at the checkered flag, it would completely nullify the progress they have worked towards over this one technicality. So they find themselves presented with a catch-22. They can either locate Dunk and get him into the car and come into the pits for one last time and still hold on to third because of the significant distance they have over fourth place. That being, as it stands there after their recent fight, Paranihi in the amateurs, number 31. Or they can continue on, knowing they have the pace to catch up. And you see in that last lap there, the trend still following that they are very close on pace to Bailey Baxter in front of them in second place. And they have the chance in the next 16.5 minutes to potentially intercept the Mercedes and fight for second, but then lose it out. This is a curious case then for Nova Sport. Very curious indeed. You see here for the race leader, Anthony Joseph and Jacob Nielsen, the number 98 out of their Mines car, otherwise known as How to Train Your Driver. Obviously, and as we mentioned in the last stream, a play on words there with the popular DreamWorks film, How to Train Your Dragon, and that's because Anthony Joseph operates on AXRL under the alias of Toothless, of course named after the character from the same movie. Is it bad that I've never seen those films? Not a single one of them. Or any of the TV series. More of a Shrek 2 kind of man myself. Down towards turn 1 then, though. They're the race leaders. 15 minutes then to the checkered flag. And, really, it doesn't stand to be the case where much is left in their way. They put the full lamps on here. Now, I didn't think it was getting too, dark out here, evidently. They either know they're being watched, which is one plausible theory, or alternatively, it is getting dark and we have the exposure turned up too high. Either or in this race at the moment. Catching up then with the fight between Paranihi and McLean, we see the new state of affairs is now out north. 3 seconds is the number 31, having opened the taps up over the 73 in the trailing end of racing here in Zandvoort today. Those represent among the final likely candidates for a fight. Now, there is, of course, still the consideration of Baxter v Rollings, MWM versus Novasport. But again, as mentioned before, is it going to be a case where they're going to go on to fight for second, but ultimately lose it out under penalties? Would those penalties even stand to be removed, knowing that this is a sort of inalienable law of multi-driver racing? It does present itself with some unique ramifications for what goes on at the end of this race, because, again, for at least Novasport's case, they're in a catch-22. MWM doesn't have that problem. We've seen both Sebastiano and Baxter in this car. They fielded all of their drivers as entered on SimGrid, but that does not appear to be the case for the 328. And even though that gap, and I would like to point out, that gap is coming down fast. I would like to point that one out, go down on record there, because that is very quickly dropping. Alarmingly fast, actually. I think in the time we covered that went down nearly 1.5 seconds to 2 seconds. So that was remarkable. Also seeing here, and I've just been taking note of this in the background, there's been some ongoing fighting between 3 drivers on completely separate lengths of the race here. We have Chase Hamilton in 6th, we have Catherine Lane in 11th, and then between the pair of them, you've got Grant Scarr in 9th. Very confusing stuff indeed. We've got to catch on board then with the 3rd place car here, Brody Rollings, in the 328 Novasport. 6.3 seconds. He is quickly reeling in Baxter. And that's, I imagine, something definitely weighing on the minds of the Triple Eight. But knowing the information that we have, and we know that their drivers are listening in to this live stream, so now possibly knowing the information that we know now, they know even, if we can get the words out, Jesus, then yes, it's going to be a case where do they perhaps relax? But then it becomes, again, a self-fulfilling prophecy. If they start relaxing, that gap comes down, Rollings intercepts, overtakes, and if that penalty gets removed for whatever reason, say, for example, hypothetically, it gets removed by race control over a technicality of some variety, then that's that position lost. So this is a very... I do quite like this situation because there's a lot to pick apart. It's very juicy in its details. It's a catch-22 across the board for both of them, because if Baxter relaxes, knowing that, oh, okay, Rollings hasn't, fielded his teammate, he's going to get a penalty, I don't have to try that hard, then that gap comes down naturally. He loses the position out possibly, and if that penalty gets removed, he loses 2nd place. Alternatively, on Novasport's end of it, they either put Dunk in the car now and forfeit the chances to fight for 2nd and still get a podium, or fight for 2nd and then get a penalty and then still end up on the possibly the podium. I'm pretty sure as well, for not entering the driver, it is a very hefty penalty. It's like about, I remember it being 180 seconds. It's about 3 minutes. Now that could drop them to 4th. behind the amateurs if they were to do so. Now, that's not set in stone there, but by our calculations, that may very well be where it's at in terms of the penalty if they are to continue down the path that they're on. Now, I'm fairly confident it's 180 seconds. It could be 130, but that's still 2 minutes and 10 seconds, which is more than enough for them to have lost out position to fourth. That gap now, Rawlings to Baxter, is 5.3 seconds. Catherine Lane in the middle by 1.7. We see here from the SRC number 63. Watching out in front there, you can see just fading away in the distance, the little red dot that is the BMW, the 888. Not the BMW, so the Mercedes, the 888. Behind them is what I'm trying to get at. Is also not a BMW. I think I might actually be going insane fully. I'm a brake character for a second. I think I might be losing it. I think I really might be losing my mind. Oh, Lord. Behind him, the McLaren. Yes. Oh, I need rest, evidently. Well, there's the pleasant reminder for everyone tuning in at home. Make sure you get 8 hours sleep, stay healthy, and don't get 5.5 like I did, because you will end up delirious and eventually mental. So there's your I wouldn't say obligatory, but there's your complimentary health advice courtesy of TRTA and the real bastions of good mental health we are. Saw that a bit of upset when we catched on board or caught on board with Richard Claffey. I think for the greater consensus of things, we still are going to be monitoring how things unfold. We're in that last 10 minutes of racing here, and seeing with Joseph in the lead, Baxter second, Rawlings third. They're a cut above the rest of the field as of right now, but again, still presents that dilemma for the 328 at this time. We'll still wait to see how that unfolds, because the gap held up just a brief tad there between himself and Bailey Baxter because of the traffic in between, that being Chase Hamilton and Catherine Lane. Those two caught accidentally in the middle of this onslaught for seconds, where that gap has come down very, very quickly. It's worth pointing out, in the span of about 3 laps, that came down 3 seconds near enough at one point at its most extreme. Further down behind them, Paranihi fourth, having fought with McLean for that position. McLean down to 5th, Hamilton 6th, Murray 7th, Claffey in 8th, Scar 9th, Paykel in 10th, and Lane in 11th. See here, now 4.5 seconds is all that remains between the 888 and the 328, so it is very likely that we'll be seeing fighting between the pair before the end of this race. But really, what are the implications for if that penalty arrives for Rawlings? As now it appears he's actually 2 laps up over the car in 4th place, being Paranihi. So even if he gets that penalty, I think this is a case now where he knows he can throw caution to the wind. He's been fast enough throughout the race here to where he's not had to worry too much about that penalty coming through and taking him out of the podium. Originally, our speculations had it that he was a lap up, but now recent confirmations have it to where he's supposedly 2 laps up. I mean, taking a look just briefly in here, cutting across 103, onto 104. No, so he's not 2 laps up. He's only a single lap as it stands there. The data clearly inaccurate over the proceedings for the 328. He's now 4 seconds away from Baxter. We are getting closer and closer as the time ticks down here in Zandvoort to the potential for a last lap dash between the pair for second place. Bear in mind, it seems all but assured for the 98 to swing home here with another victory under their belt. But now therein relies the question of who's finishing second, who's finishing third. The podium is still yet undecided. Gap now 3.7 seconds. We've noticed, though, as we've got beneath the 4.5 second mark, things have slowed down rather dramatically. Is it a case here we're seeing for the Novasport 328 that he is running out of available grip? Those tyres are starting to really feel the prolonged effect of it. Bear in mind, they tried to go long for the strategy today so that they could have as much potential in this final stint. But has that still come apart at the chances to intercept second? He's going to need a wing and a prayer here. He's been absolutely flat out, so you've got to hand it here to Brodie Rollings. Since we've yet to see Angus Dunk behind the wheel, it still begs the question, what's going to happen for him there? But as far as we can consider it as a single driver act for today, Rollings has done more than enough. 3.4 seconds as it stands. We'll go to catch on board then the car in second place. Here's we take a look in with Bailey Baxter and Jared Sebastiano, the 888 Mercedes AMG with MWM. Bishop Paykel up in front of them, so he's about to lap out past that Aston Martin with the last 4 minutes of racing descending upon us here. Anthony Joseph and Jacob Nielsen only 14 seconds up the road as we exit Arie Luyendyk. That little trip up there, just trying to get around the Aston Martin, is slowly but surely inviting in Rollings. You can see the distance between these two down towards turn 1. 2.8 seconds. That McLaren is closing in on the AMG as the sun begins to set here in Zandvoort. It could be... No, I wouldn't say we're a little too far out for that, but I was about to say we could very well be within a chance here of seeing potential night racing, but with only 3 minutes left to go, about 2 more laps here if we're getting lucky about it. And I would say we're more unlikely about to end things in the Twilight chapter more recently than for this race today. So 2.8 seconds, you can see in the background now is the Novasport. It is right in frame now, hunting down the MWM 888. These two are set to possibly duke things out here on to the penultimate lap of racing. We see here from Anthony Joseph's point of view, he's going to cross the line with about 2 minutes 20 seconds left to go. About 2 minutes 21 as it stood there. He crossed the line. So we will have one more lap after this one. So we are on to the penultimate lap of this race today. Looking on board with Rollings. Actually, as it turns out for that next broadcast, it is going to be closer to about an hour and 55 before we next go live. That'll be with the folks over at HCCL around 7. So if you're tuning in from Australia and you're thinking about staying up a little bit later, then that's when we'll be live next at about an hour and 50. But if you're tuning in from the UK, you'll more likely than not be catching us for that round in the mid-afternoon. Things draw in towards that run of the final lap coming up just around the corner from the 98. They head down towards turns 11 and 12. We're still watching here with Brodie Rawlings in the 328, hunting down Bailey Baxter and Jared Sebastiano in the 888 AMG up in front of them. And now he is well within range. 1.5 seconds. We are looking at the proceedings here of a fight for second onto the last lap of racing here in round 2 of the Southern Summer Endurance Series. As you heard there, onto the final lap went the 98. And this has come at the worst possible time for them, because you can see here, for Anthony Joseph, there was that temporary ping warning. That, I imagine, definitely puts a bit of a chill in the spine of both of those drivers there to see that emerge so late on in this race. Now, all they've got to do is just get to the checkered flag. These two, however, look to have things set up for them to fight for second. We'll see, though, what the implications are at the checkered flag. Of course, we still have that running theory that there is a penalty coming to the 328 for not fielding every driver in their registered lineup, unless that changed and we've not been informed in advance of that. But as from the information we review on SimGrid, which is all up to date as far as we know, it is a case where Rawlings has been the only driver in the car. I don't believe we've seen Dunk get behind the wheel since the race started 3 hours ago. So on that final lap, Baxter being reeled in by a second now, less than a second. So we are in that fight for second place. We will be catching on board, though, from the leading car in a moment's time. As they enter the Hans-Ernst-Bock turns 11 and 12. We watch here with these two just around the corner on the exit of turn 10. As it looks to be, had there been maybe one more lap, a chance these two could have gone side by side. A 328 has done very well to stay with and caught up in such a remarkable time. We'll quickly see, though, down towards the line here. The How to Train Your Driver team making their way down towards the line then on what has been a fantastic show of force for them. Again, back-to-back victories. They won in the Red Bull Ring and they win here in Zandvoort. Taking a look, though, back at this fight all the way down through turn 14 on the run to the line here. Had there been one more lap, there would have been a chance to see these two go head-to-head. Baxter second, Rawlings third. And as it appears, no penalty for Rawlings. So were we blind to not see that Rawlings had perhaps fielded his teammate? Or was it a case where Rawlings at the last second had registered as a single driver? Or is my memory genuinely that bad? I mean, equal propositions here. Apparently, he fourth. Very solid drive for the amateurs today. McLean to the line for fifth. Behind them, Chase Hamilton on his first race, sixth place for the number 48. Daniel Murray, 7th. Richard Claffey in 8th. Grant Scar, 9th. Fisher Paykel in 10th. Catherine Lane in 11th. At the end of round 2 of the championship, your race winners, though, How to Train Your Driver, number 98. Winners once again here in this series. Murray to the line, 7th place, and into the wall. Big hit there. Claffey then last to the line here, but finishes 8th in this race. That gap, though, between Rawlings and Baxter, that is quite something. I'm going to have to take a look. Yes, so there we do see it. Rawlings ended up as a single driver entry. Now, SimGrid had it proposed to us that this was a 2-driver ensemble with Angus Dunk set to join in the 328. But no, it was just the single man op of Brodie Rawlings. I mean, hats off to him there, because that gives us a much more clear understanding of the situation at large. Rawlings did all of that by his lonesome, was about to fight onto the very end of the last lap there with Bailey Baxter. Nonetheless, then, Anthony Joseph and Jacob Nielsen, your race winners then in the number 98 BMW. Bailey Baxter and Jared Sebastiano in second, with Brodie Rawlings in third. Isaac Perroni and Scott Smith in fourth. Jacob McLean fifth. Chase Hamilton in sixth. Daniel Murray seventh. Richard Claffey eighth. Grant Scar in ninth. And alongside him is Wayne Gardner in the number 68, and then you have Fisher Paykel and Andrew Walker in 10th place, Catherine Lane and Tim Alexander-Bleish in 11th, and then DNFs from Alfie Pryor in the number 69, then number 70, Pinnacle Racing. He was joined by Tom Barlow. Well, that's the end of racing here in round 2. It's been a bit of a bizarre follow-up to the opening round of the championship, but nonetheless, great stuff here in AXRL. Our next race coming up with them, I believe, is in a few weeks' time here on this series. Just quickly taking a look onto the current itinerary we have for this series. Next round comes up on March 28th, towards the end of this month, then in the Autodromo Internazionale Enzo e Dino Ferrari, otherwise known as Imola. Great stuff then. Back-to-back victories for the 98. Let's see how this all unfolds. We'll be seeing you next time then on the 28th here from AXRL. If you're joining us later on today, we're live at about, looking at it here, just shy of an hour and 50's time for the penultimate round of HCCL Multi-Class Season 3. That's all from us here on TRTN. Take care and good day.